Live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, May 19th, 2025. Commissioner's Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters, Tamara Marquez and Selena Salum. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Good morning, everyone. We are very honored to have with us today Ms. Ramirez's third grade class from Capistrano Elementary School in the Mission Valley. Welcome, students. Thank you for being here with us. You guys look great. Are you excited? Ready for school?
Welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
America. Thanks to the Republic for existence. One nation, under God, indivisible, and with justice for all.
Texas, but
I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank
Can
you.
we give them a big round of applause, everybody?
Thank you for being with us. Your enthusiasm came right out. We could sense it over here. Well, thank you for being here. It's great to start the week this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to go back to third grade, Judge.
Yes.
Have
Thank
a great
you.
day.
Have a wonderful day.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
We all do.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Ms. Naomi Cortez, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Good morning. Welcome.
The opening message this morning. Today, I share with you a poem with a great message. It's titled The Cookie Thief. It's by Valerie Cox. A woman was waiting at an airport one night with several long hours before her flight. She hunted for a book in the airport shops, bought a bag of cookies, and found a place to drop. She was engrossed in her book, but happened to see that the man sitting beside her, as bold as could be, grabbed a cookie or two from the bag in between, which she tried to ignore to avoid a scene. So she munched the cookies and watched the clock as the gutsy cookie thief diminished her stock. She was getting more irritated as the minutes ticked by, thinking if I wasn't so nice, I would blacken his eye. With each cookie she took, he took one too. When only one was left, she wondered what he would do. With a smile on his face and a nervous laugh, he took the last cookie and broke it in half. He offered her half as he ate the other. She snatched it from him and thought, oh, brother, this guy has some nerve, and he's also rude. Why, he didn't even show any gratitude. She had never known she had been so galled, and sighed with relief when her flight was called. She gathered her belongings and headed to the gate, refusing to look back at the thieving ingrate. She boarded the plane and sank in her seat. Then she sought her book, which was almost complete. As she reached in her baggage, she gasped with surprise. There was her bag of cookies in front of her eyes. If mine are here, she moaned in despair. The others were his, and he tried to share. Too late to apologize, she realized with grief that she was the rude one, the ingrate, the thief. In closing, I hope today you will look at others free of judgment with an open mind and an open heart. Look at them and treat them with kindness and love. I hope that today you will kindly share your cookies.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Judge, do you have some opening remarks for us this morning?
Thank you for the opportunity to welcome all of you on behalf of myself and our commissioners. We welcome you to Commissioners Court. As you can see, we're very, very excited. A lot of great people here today, great resolutions. We love to honor individuals and organizations, and today's going to be exemplifies what we've always tried to accomplish. I apologize, but I don't know at what point we will be going to a press conference with the mayor focusing on Memorial Day and DWIs and how dangerous that is and the devastation that it causes families and obviously those that are involved in a DWI and everything they have to go through. And a lot of the young people, and unfortunately not just young people, but every age group doesn't realize the impact it's going to have on their life. And if they were in an accident or if there was a fatality, you can imagine the devastation that'll take place. So hopefully, we passed a message around. Law enforcement has been out pretty active over the weekends, but for Memorial Day, just reducing, you can imagine the impact that it would have on your lives if a family member. And this is all about El Paso. We come together, we try to help each other, we make individuals aware, and whatever we could do to reduce that. So thank you very much for being able to pass that message on to your family. And like I said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to pass it on to Commissioner Butler. We'll be talking a little bit about an event that was very successful this weekend. Commissioner Butler?
Thank you very much, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners and Judge and everybody here this morning. Over the weekend, we held our third annual gun buyback event at the Socorro Activities Complex on the east side. And so I just wanted to take a moment to thank those individuals who were involved in that successful event and talk a little bit about the impact that we feel it has. I'd like to begin by thanking Commissioners Court for continuing to support this effort. Commissioner Leon, before me, really spearheaded this with our former county attorney, Joan Bernal. And so I really feel like this is part of their legacy and an effort to keep our community a little bit safer and take unwanted guns off the street. Again, this is a completely voluntary event, right, and anonymous. And so we're always happy to see community members come out and surrender their weapons, and so. But it's a big undertaking and it's a big event. So I have a few people to thank as well. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Torres and Commander Washington, the entire Criminal Investigations Unit, and our Sheriff Oscar Ugarte for his help in spreading the word and for being there on Saturday. Our county attorneys, thank you, our county attorney Cristina Sanchez for being there as well. Margie Lagos with your team was a tremendous asset and helped to coordinate over 20 volunteers from the county attorney's office who spent many hours with us on Saturday morning helping to make this event a success. Our auditor's office with Michael Lamas, thank you very much for your team's help in distributing over $34,000 worth of gift cards on Saturday. And so we've distributed now, I think, over $150,000 worth of gift cards in exchange for guns. Facilities and parks, and Eric Hernandez with facilities helped to ensure we had everything we needed there at the site. Tony Rodriguez from the Sports Commission also helped and lent us some A-frames and other things that we needed for the event. Our communications department, thank you, Miguel, Desiree, Elijah, for all of your help there on site, as well as helping market the event for us. Our capital planning team, Jose Landeros and Danielle Chavez, thank you for helping to secure the funding we needed for the project. Our budget and purchasing departments also helped a lot to make sure we had everything we needed. Our DA, James Montoya, was there, and so it was really great to see our sheriff, our DA, our county attorney, along with Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Holguin all there. I think sending a message that the county feels very strongly about reducing gun violence in our community. And then finally, I'd like to thank my team in Precinct 1, Kayla, Ryan, and Christabel especially for all of her efforts in coordinating and planning this event. I've done it twice before, and Christabel definitely did it a lot better than I ever did. So I appreciate their work very much and know how intense that process is. And I'm very, very excited finally to say that we collected 276 guns on Saturday. Again, all voluntarily surrendered in exchange for gift cards. 131 handguns, 134 rifles and shotguns, and 3 assault rifles were included in those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. As you can see, it's El Paso trying to, keep El Paso safe, and I think it's just an incredible initiative that I know will be going on every single year. So once again, like I said, thank you very much. We have to be kind, we have to be good to each other and show the rest of the world what it's like to live in a community like El Paso. So I always say, El Paso, to know us is to love us, and more than anything now, I always tell people, keep El Paso unique. We're very, very different from other communities, and we always come together. So thank you very much for being here today. I know you're going to enjoy the resolutions and hopefully stay for some other very important topics that we have coming on today's Commissioners Court. So God bless all of you. Dios los bendiga. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AD. We do have a request to delete item number 4AA for the Public Defender's Office. Item 4AA is grant application. Approve and authorize the Public Defender's Office to submit an application to the Texas Indigent Defense Commission for the fiscal year 2026 Indigent Defense Improvement Grant for a training and recruitment director position from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026 in the amount of $182,072. A county match in the amount of $45,518 is required for a total project amount of $227,590. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative Transfer Out Grant Match. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the attached resolution and internet submission form. Contract number 2025-0391. Are there any other items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioner Butler?
Yes, I'd like to pull item M.
Item M for Commissioner Butler.
Commissioner Holguin?
I'd like to pull item R.
Item R for Commissioner Holguin. Any others?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Commissioner Holguin?
I'm trying to refresh to see if my voting window will pop up. Oh, here.
Motion carries. We're going to jump ahead to item number 5G in resolutions. Item 5G is to approve and adopt a resolution recognizing and commending the achievements of Moises G. Rodriguez, an all-around athlete excelling in the sport of amateur boxing from El Paso, Texas.
Thank you. Moises, you want to come up and with your family as well? We'd love to have you all up here. So I'm really privileged. When I started to read the bio, I was telling him that I thought that they were talking about someone age 40, it had done so much in such a, he's still in high school or will be in high school this year. And so we're very, very grateful. Every time that we get someone that becomes nationally recognized, it puts us in the map in a different light. And the more people get to know us, I've always said that I want people to know who we are, not who they think we are. And so when we have someone like this gentleman being able to show from being in high school and being so successful, it throws a different light on our community. So I'm very thankful for that. So I'll read in the resolution. Whereas Moises G. Rodriguez, a rising star in amateur boxing and a proud native of El Paso, Texas, has brought immense pride to his community through his exceptional accomplishments on national and international stages. Whereas Moises has showcased his talent by competing in both the United States and Mexico, earning numerous prestigious titles, including Texas State Golden Gloves champion, 8-time national champion, 2025 international champion, 2-time campeón estatal de Chihuahua, and 2-time campeón regional de Mexico. Whereas in the summer of 2022, Moises was selected to participate in an elite training camp led by USA boxing coaches, where he represented the El Paso and Ciudad Juarez region with distinction, going to win the junior Olympic title and later being recognized as best boxer by USA Boxing 2024. And whereas beyond the boxing ring, Moises is preparing to graduate from El Dorado High School and aspires to a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, with his sights set on representing the United States in the 2028 Olympic in Los Angeles, California, and becoming a professional world champion. Moises exemplifies ambition, discipline, and excellence. And whereas Moises Rodriguez's dedication to his sport and commitment to personal growth make him a role model for youth in El Paso region and beyond, inspiring others to pursue their dreams through hard work and determination. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Moises G. Rodriguez be recognized and congratulated for his extraordinary achievement and positive impact on the community. We proudly commend his dedication and extend our best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors. Signed this 19th day of May 2025.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Moises, tell us a little bit about your successes, and then we'll have your family and Pedro say a few words on your behalf.
Well, I just want to say thank you for letting me be here today. You know, I just got back from Oklahoma yesterday. I just won the 2025 Golden Gloves National in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So, you know, I'm a little tired, but I'm here. But I just want to say thank you once again. And, you know, it is really like a dream come true to be recognized, because I've been doing this for 10 years and, you know, half my life. I'm 18 years old, and I still have a lot of accomplishments I want to do, like going to the Olympics. And I just want to say thank you to the community of El Paso, because that's who I represent, El Paso, Texas, and, you know, the USA. So I want to say thank you to you guys, and hopefully I can continue making you guys proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. He is such a gentleman, but when he puts those gloves on, something happens. Something happens very differently. So I don't know, would you like to say a few words?
Hi, good morning. My name is Erica Rodriguez, and I'm Moises' mom. I'm just here, you know, because I'm so proud of all my kids. But for him today, we're proud of all the accomplishments that he has done in such a young age. You know, he started boxing when he was 8. Wow. I didn't want him to box, but Dad was like, no, you know what? He looks like he got the talent. So we continued pushing him, and, you know, it wasn't easy, but he's come a long way, and he's shown that he is very talented in what he does, and he's very determined and, like he said, dedicated. Wakes up early in the morning, trains, then goes to school, comes back, does homework, trains. So I tell him that hard work does pay off, and hopefully, you know, he loves representing El Paso. That we do.
I can see that.
And we were just hoping that he does achieve all his dreams and going to the Olympics and you know, being a future champion one day. So he has been already. So
yeah, he's already he's going to be more championships.
Yes, that's what I want to say, and we do thank you for the time and consideration.
I so much like how much of a gentleman he is. As soon as I met him, you could tell he's got that the upbringing, and that takes great parents to be able to do that, to balance the. You see a lot of kids sort of taking off on their own and getting into boxing, but not being part of a family. And in this case, he is so much a part of a family. So a lot of his success has to do with his upbringing.
Yes, definitely. Dad and I are a little tough on him, and then we do have 5 total children. Our oldest is our female, and then she like kind of is like a mother figure and also tells them things, and he has 3 younger brothers, so
Oh,
he's
thank
a really
you.
good role model to them as well.
Okay, your dad, would he like to?
Shy.
How about his little brother?
Good morning, everybody.
Pedro, just a little bit about Pedro. Pedro's been involved in tremendous amount of boxing, from the refereeing to being a boxer himself to continued boxing at an older age to show the resilience of being able to stay in shape and still continue to represent El Paso. So very proud of Pedro. And I know, Pedro, you'd like to say a few words on behalf of Moises?
Yes, I would like to thank Moises for all his accomplishments. I met him when he was 7 years old. Now he's 18, and he's still going hard when I met him. So right now, he's the future face of boxing. Right now, he's accomplished more goals than anybody. He's broken more records than anybody, you know, in this era. So he's a future next De La Hoya, you know, and hope all his dreams come true. And of course, everything's behind support. And that's what we need at the moment. We need support in order for us to move forward, for him to go into bigger tournaments, going international and all that. And of course, the officials also need that help also, because without officials, it's kind of hard to do it, to go to attend all these events. So thank you very much. And
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. What he's saying is really true, that the community needs to rally. You know, it's hard for someone starting up and representing, and they're not making money, and you know they need the help of the community. So we're very thankful that the community sort of keep an eye on him, see how we could help him be successful. He's going to be bigger than Oscar de la Hoya because he's from El Paso, and Oscar is not from El Paso, so right there. We already surpassed that. So once again, Moises, we wish you the best of luck, and we thank you for everything that you do, your discipline. You're an amazing role model in a time that more than ever, because of what happened and the crisis we've gone through in El Paso and the pandemic and all of that, we're really needing role models to show that beyond the challenges, you can still do exceptional things like this young man. So we'll take a picture with all of you, and
Judge,
thank you very much.
Judge, if I
I'm
may.
sorry, yeah, Commissioner Coronado?
Moises, tell us what your weight class is, what weight class you plan to be in the Olympics in 2028.
Right now, I'm 121 pounds, youth male. So I just turned 18 in January. So when you turn 18, you can fight anywhere from 18 to 40-year-olds. So right now, that was a big step up for me because I've always fought in a division from 17 to 18. But now I can fight grown men, and I'm just a young kid. But I want to say thank you for everyone listening, to my family and me. I'm also ranked the #1 in the nation and also #8 in the world at my weight. So I want to say thank you. And also, I want to give back to El Paso and say thank you. All I do is I want to represent El Paso and the state of Texas. Thank you.
And Juarez, okay?
Going back to our order, item number 5A in resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing El Paso County's receipt of the Government Finance Officers Association Triple Crown Medallion for fiscal year 2023 and recognize the work of staff from the County Auditor and Budget and Finance Departments that directly contributed to this achievement.
Okay, the judge has gone to his press conference and left me in charge, so go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout and Commissioners, for allowing me to present this resolution. I will welcome our auditor and her team and anybody else from the Budget or Finance Departments will be joining us for this resolution. Just a moment to brag about the wonderful accomplishments of several of our departments that really demonstrate how responsible, fiscally responsible you all have been and how proud of you we are for this accomplishment. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution and then I'll open it up for some comments. Whereas on May 5th, 2025, El Paso County received notification from the Government Finance Officers Association that it was awarded the prestigious Triple Crown Medallion for fiscal year 2023, and whereas this recognition reflects the county's exceptional commitment to transparency, accountability, and excellence in financial reporting, budgeting, and public communication. And whereas the Triple Crown Medallion is reserved for governments that have earned all three of the GFOA's highest honors in a single fiscal year. Those are the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award. And whereas this honor highlights El Paso County's leadership in public financial management and sets a standard of excellence that builds public trust and strengthens informed decision-making across all levels of local government. And whereas the county has now received the Triple Crown designation for the third time, having also earned it for fiscal years 2020 and 2022. And whereas El Paso County has demonstrated long-standing excellence in financial stewardship, having received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for 35 consecutive years, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for 26 years, and the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award for 3 years. And whereas these recognitions affirm the county's efforts to exceed minimum financial reporting standards, engage in best budgeting practices, and present complex financial data in ways that are clear and accessible to the public. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby congratulates and commends the county auditor, along with the county's budget and finance departments, for their professionalism, dedication, and excellence in securing this distinguished honor, and reaffirms its commitment to strong fiscal governance and public transparency on behalf of the residents of El Paso County. Signed this 19th day of May, 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Butler, a second from Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. And the judge is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler and Commissioners. This is a really good recognition for the county as far as transparency and openness with their financials go. I want to make clear everything that was in the resolution was exactly true, but also the annual financial report is done by my department, the County Auditor's Department, and we have many staff that contribute to it. Some of our key players are here today, and I'll have them introduce themselves. But the budget book is done by Budget and Finance. And then the PAFR, the Popular Annual Report, is a combination of the two. The Budget Department actually puts it together, but they use the information that we've put into our annual report. So we appreciate the recognition, and I'd like for my staff to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Lamas, First Assistant County Auditor.
Thank you.
Donna Teague, Director of Financial Operations at the County Auditor's Office.
Jim Utterback, Auditor Manager Senior, Financial Reporting Division.
Thank you.
Michael Garay, I'm with the Financial Reporting Department.
April Lizalde, and I'm also with Financial Reporting.
Ramona Dominguez, I'm with the Grants Compliance Division.
We appreciate each of them taking time out today to come for this resolution. Melissa, did you have anything?
Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. As Barbara mentioned, this definitely is the outcome of two departments working in collaboration throughout the year. I'm very grateful for the county auditor and her leadership with the team that you just met, but I'm also very grateful to the team that you see behind us here, your Budget and Finance Department. We've got Frank Rios, who will introduce himself in just a bit, but he's our budget manager. Him and Jessica Garza do a really great job leading our team to put this information together and ensure that we consistently get this report. We know that the court and the county takes great pride in financial transparency, takes great pride in ensuring that we adopt budgets every year that are fiscally responsible. And so we couldn't do it without the work that you see behind this team right here. So with that, I'll let our team introduce themselves as well.
Thank you, Melissa.
Morning, Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Assistant Director of Budget and Finance. I'm going to turn it over to Frank to introduce the team, but in addition to our current team, we've also invited former team members who are now in other departments in the county to join us, as they were with us that year when we submitted this budget.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you all for recognizing us. Francisco Rios with the Budget and Finance Department. At this moment, I'll let the team come up and introduce themselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Morning, Commissioners. Danielle Chavez. I'm now with Capital Planning.
Thanks, Danielle.
Morning, Commissioners. Mackenzie McLaughlin.
Good morning, Aubrey Cowder.
Morning, Aaron Grijalva.
Commissioners, my name is Berenice Varillas.
Good morning, Leslie Sosa.
Thank you all for all of the work you do. I appreciate it.
The last thing I'd like to add, Commissioner, is we put the reports together, but if we didn't have the cooperation of all of the county departments throughout the year, expensing things to their budgeted accounts and making sure they're doing it correctly, our jobs would be a lot harder. So thank you.
Congratulations to both departments for your collaborative efforts and for your accomplishments. Thank you for all of your hard work. We couldn't do what we do without all of the hard work that you put into making sure we're making informed decisions on budgets and everything else we do every day. So I appreciate you very much. I guess we can go ahead and take a picture, but congratulations.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the 60th anniversary of Project Bravo.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I have the honor of being able to read this resolution into the record. So Project Bravo is really an institution here in El Paso. It's a part of a network of important organizations called community action agencies that were developed by the federal government. And the work that Project Bravo does is just so critical to our community. I'm very proud to also have been able to serve on the board for a number of years together with some of the folks that are here. I see Mr. Perea is one of our board members, also our county attorney is on Project Bravo's board. They just do great work. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution in a moment, but wanted to share a few excerpts from an interview last year that the executive director, Laura Ponce, did because they so align with the vision that we have here at the county and the Commissioner's Court. And it's she said, "We all have a duty to fight for the rights for people to make decisions about their bodies and have access to resources that will optimize everyone's health and happiness. We support our team by providing living wage jobs that properly compensate people for the work that they do, regardless of whether they're frontline workers or members of the management team." So those are just a couple of the really important values that Project Bravo espouses, and I'm really glad to see them expressed in this agency. And so I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from everybody. The resolution states, whereas El Paso Community Action Program Project Bravo has long provided essential services to address and alleviate the causes and conditions of poverty, and whereas Project Bravo was founded on May 18, 1965, after the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was signed into law, thus authorizing the creation of community action agencies all across the United States and its territories. And whereas Project Bravo delivers impactful solutions by developing opportunities for families to achieve financial stability through skills training, employment support services, utility assistance, weatherization services, HUD-certified housing counseling, affordable housing, and access to affordable health services. And whereas community action agencies are founded on the principles of community participation through a tripartite board that represents the entire community, including elected public officials, representatives of low-income individuals and families, and members of the private sector that includes businesses, faith-based groups, schools, and other essential community institutions. And whereas Project Bravo makes essential contributions to individuals and families across El Paso County by stabilizing and strengthening the community in times of extraordinary economic challenges, natural disasters, and health crises. And now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize Project Bravo for its 60 years of service to this community and declare May 18th, 2025, Project Bravo Day in El Paso County, Texas, signed this 19th day of May 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Commissioner Holguin. Voting is open. And Judge Samaniego is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. Ms. Ponce, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this honor. I have the privilege of being the Executive Director of Project Bravo for the last 15 years, and it really has been the joy of my life to be able to serve my community and work with such amazing people. I'm joined here by two of my board members, Fred Perea and Edmundo Rodriguez, and also members of my program management team, Jesse Vasquez, Mike Martinez, and Emma Marciscano, and members of my team. The work that we do in El Paso is essential because we're here to support the community when they're having their toughest time of their life. During the pandemic, we were helping, I think it was over 20,000 individuals in the community with different programs and services to help support them through that time. The way that the model works is that we're actually part of a nationwide network of over 1,000 community action agencies. We have a federal designation, and to keep our designation, we really have to make sure that we are in compliance with federal regulations as well as effective active in our communities. Last month, we attended a celebration of the 60 years of community action agencies, and of the 32 community action agencies in Texas, only 5 of us had our original designation. And so there's been a lot of organizations that have fallen to the side, and somebody else has had to pick up the banner of community action. And so we're proud that we have been here all along, ever since community action was created. Community action is an incubator of ideas to help support the community, and so a lot of people don't know that Head Start started with Project Bravo, and then it was handed over in the 1980s to Region 19. Things like legal aid started in community action. All sorts of different programs and services started in community action, and some of them stayed within the designation, and some of them have gone on to be their own thing, because really the vision was to see how do we solve the different problems that exist in every community, because every community is unique, and sometimes those problems have an impact that can help all across the United States and all different regions and around the country. And so we thank you so much for your support, but we also want to make sure we recognize the families in El Paso that struggle financially, that are living paycheck to paycheck, that are on fixed incomes like Social Security and SSI. These are the families that we support, and these are the families that we represent. And so we're proud that we are able to come here and represent them and their struggle and help support them in every way that we can. So thank you very much, and thank you so much for this honor, and we're excited to celebrate our 60th anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ponce, for the work that you do. Can we have everybody just introduce themselves and tell us what you do at the organization?
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Jessie Vasquez, and I'm the Housing Programs Manager.
Hi, good morning. I'm Marisela Sera. I'm the WAP Program Supervisor.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Sainz, and I am from Weatherization Department. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emma Marciscana. I'm the Community Services Manager.
Morning, Commissioners. Fred Pereira with the Board of Directors for Project Bravo.
Good morning. Edmundo Rodriguez, Board of Directors.
Good morning. My name is Mike Martinez, and I'm the Weatherization Manager.
Well, thank you all once again, every one of you, for the work that you do for this community and this agency. It's one of those that really makes us proud to have here, and I'm just very proud to be able to work with you all. And I know that right now we're going through some really tough times. We've had some tough conversations recently because of what's going on with the federal government and funding, and I know that it can be difficult sometimes, but you all keep it going, and it's just amazing to be able to see what you're doing. So thank you. Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for the resolution. And I just wanted to say personally, thank you to Project Bravo for all of your work for the community. Thank you, Ms. Ponce, for your leadership for so many years. Project Bravo is one of the only nonprofit organizations that is active in Montana Vista. And so I really appreciate the access that's provided to the community members there. And I appreciate your efforts, especially recently, to bring potable drinking water to the residents of Waco Tanks. So thank you for all of your work in trying to secure funding for those efforts, your outreach efforts, and highlighting those issues, right? We're talking about simple, basic things like clean drinking water. And you all play a vital role in not only bringing those issues more awareness, but also helping and putting your work and your time and your efforts into finding solutions for that. So thank you very much for your service.
Go ahead and take a picture.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing May 11th through the 17th, 2025 as Economic Development Week in El Paso County, Texas, and encouraging residents to learn about the role of economic development in enhancing well-being and quality of life.
Commissioners, thank you. I also have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. This is one of two resolutions that I have today that recognize professionals at work here in El Paso County. And of course, we just had another the other resolution by Commissioner Butler. It's County Employee Day at the resolution table. But regarding economic development, I think it's just amazing to see how this department has come together after years in the making. You know, when I first got into office more than 10 years ago, we didn't have an economic development department. Now we have a number of individuals undertaking a number of different duties and work. You know, we now have heritage tourism in our economic development. We have binational affairs in our economic development department. Just a lot of great individuals as well. And every day, I think these dedicated professionals work really hard to promote the mission of El Paso County and our economic development to create job opportunities for new and existing industrial and commercial development that expand the tax base and assist entrepreneurs with resources, which improves quality of life and the prosperity of the county. So every week we see the results of this work on our agendas, and I'm really honored today to be able to recognize this work. So the resolution states, whereas the International Economic Development Council, IEDC, has designated May 11th through 17, 2025 as Economic Development Week to highlight the program's best practices and exceptional individuals that positively impact life in their communities. And whereas economic development professionals and organizations play a vital role in strengthening local economies, enhancing quality of life, and fostering sustainable communities. And whereas El Paso County's Economic Development Department is committed to creating job opportunities through industrial and commercial development, expanding the tax base, and assisting entrepreneurs with resources, hereby improving the quality of life and prosperity of the county. And whereas the department offers services such as providing market information, assisting with site selection, and connecting businesses to resources, including real estate brokers, law firms, banks, and workforce development programs. And whereas El Paso County actively promotes economic growth through strategic initiatives like the Healthy Food Financing Initiative, which aims to expand access to healthy foods in underserved areas, and the development of the county airport to include an industrial park for aerospace technology, logistics, and manufacturing uses. And whereas the county collaborates with regional partners to offer incentives such as the Texas Enterprise Fund, designed to attract new businesses or assist with substantial expansions, thereby fostering a vibrant and diverse economic base. And whereas Economic Development Week provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the contributions of economic development professionals and the positive impact of their work on the community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognize May 11 through 17, 2025 as Economic Development Week in El Paso County, Texas, and encourages all residents to learn more about the importance of economic development and enhancing the well-being and quality of life in our community. Signed this 19th day of May, 2025, the Humboldt County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open.
I'm going to vote twice on this.
Judge Samaniego is absent. The motion carries.
Well, thank you. So we have our Economic Development Director, Roberto Ransom, if you'd like to share a couple of words, and also we'll have your team introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you so much. We really appreciate the direction, the guidance, the support of this court, which really empowers what we do. But most importantly, thank you for the trust that you deposit. This is the economic development team, your economic development team, and I have been here 2 years, and I feel really honored to be here and to have to recognize the team members that we have here today. And yes, I'll pass it to each one of them, but I'd like to say very briefly that I want to recognize the work that they do, from answering phone calls or submitting complex reimbursement packets, to the management of the office, making sure that nothing falls to the cracks, to binational affairs, for making those connections in different places for either trade or policy, for historic preservation, for historic tourism, for working during the weekends. They don't have to, but their passion really, it's a huge driver, and for working with all sorts of businesses, from micro to large corporations, for bringing foreign direct investments into different places. I just want to thank each one of them. I also would like to take advantage of this time to really thank our key partners, such as the Boardplex Alliance, for which we partner with them, and we grow the tax base and we diversify the tax base, to Mr. John Varela, Marcos Delgado. It's really great to work with them and their team members. For the prime awardees to the ARPA contracts also that they're helping us out, we have from academia to professional marketing firms, and to all the economic development entities along the county. Benton Steel, which we had a success with them, $230 million. The City of Socorro, for which we're working with them right now in different projects. Our outstanding partners as well from Horizon. And of course, to Ms. Keller, and for the unwavering support of Ms. Keller and Mr. Jose Landeros, I will also like to thank them. And with that, I'll pass it to each one of the members. I'll start with Julio Cesar. We borrowed Julio Cesar for a while. He contributed to the policy. He contributed to several analyses. So with that, I'll pass it to each one of them.
Julio Cesar Martín del Campo, Economic Development, Business Development. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Corinne Chacon, Heritage Tourism Specialist.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Cynthia Renteria, Heritage Tourism Coordinator.
Morning, Zonia Sigala, Senior Analyst.
Good morning, Commissioners. Veronica Valverde, Administrative Specialist.
Good morning, Commissioners. Armando Morales, Economic Development Analyst.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners, Binational Affairs.
Well, once again, thank you all so much for the work that you do. You make us proud. This office has come from nothing to really the great work that's going on here, and you know, I love being able to highlight what y'all are doing, and thank you for it, each and every one of you. I don't know if any of the other members of the court would like to say anything, but if not, we'll take a picture.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution designating May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week, recognizing El Paso County's public works professionals for their epic service and urging all residents to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in celebrating public works.
All right, this is the last one for me this morning, but very happy to be able to do this one as well. Public works is defined by Oxford as the work of building such things as roads, schools, and reservoirs carried out by the government for the community. The American Public Works Association states it as the combination of physical assets, management practices, policies, and personnel necessary for government to provide and sustain structures and services essential to the welfare and acceptable quality of life for its citizens. Public works are many times taken for granted. We expect to have water when we turn on the tap, for example, but the quality of infrastructure is often taken as a measure of the quality of the community, even if we aren't consciously aware all the time. Our dedicated professionals work day in and day out to deliver the best quality of public works possible. And for that, for us to be sitting here in this courtroom today, for the public to be able to access the services via our annexes, for anglers to go fish at Ascarate Park, and for many more facilities and functions, we are really grateful for the work that all of you do. And so with that, I'll read the resolution, and then we'll hear from everybody in the room here. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, parks, planning, development, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, extraordinary quality of life, and well-being of the people of El Paso County. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, parks, planning, development, engineering, and geographical information services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector as well, and who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, stormwater, public buildings, parks, and playgrounds like Agua Dulce, Gallegos, Ruben Estrella, skate parks where ribbon cuttings are underway, and whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, business owners, civic leaders, and children in El Paso County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas El Paso County has over 300 public works employees under the leadership of Norma Rivera Palacios, Fernando Hernandez, Michael McElroy, Robin Sully, and Tim Fulton, who provide uninterrupted service through their dedication to excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity, and who, through their commitment and sweat equity, sometimes in extreme weather and difficult conditions, help provide an extraordinary quality of life for our residents. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby designate May 18 to 24, 2025 as National Public Works Week, recognizes El Paso County Public Works professionals for their epic service, and urges all residents to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Signed this 19th day of May, 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Holguin. Voting is open. Judge is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for being here today. Fernie?
Public Works. I'd like to apologize for Norma Rivera Palacios, our executive director. She's was not able to attend today. As we accept this great recognition, We have the honor, we have to honor the hard work that the public works professionals who play a critical role in making our community safe, healthy, and vibrant. We often take, like you mentioned, Commissioner, we often take these services for granted. But even though we do take them for granted, they're essential as our daily lives. From the water we drink to the roads we drive on, to all the projects in between, Public Works are always behind the scenes. Our Public Works professionals are directly responsible for advancing the quality of life for our residents and to create and to manufacture the vision that the court has provided us and guides us with. As professionals, we face a wide range of challenges from managing infrastructure to responding to emergencies. The county public works team is responsible for the safety of the community, to make sure that all the parks are clean and properly maintained. Development is occurring in a professional manner, and our facilities are well maintained. And not to mention all the countless efforts that all our other all our other colleagues go through. We are truly grateful for the services and for the great acknowledgement that the court has provided us, and not to mention our county administrator, as we all work hard to make you proud and to make the community have a great and hardworking men and women of the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. In the military, we just say today is a great day to be a soldier. But today, I'm not in the military, but today is a great day to be a member of Public Works, okay? And I just want to take a moment to take the time to say this is just a tentative, wavering method of showing how we appreciate this. We recognize this award. We accept this award in honor, and we appreciate the recognition of all our staff and our employees that's standing behind me. I also want to say that I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the leadership. The leadership is the department heads, such as Michael, Melina, Fernie, who just gave a speech, myself, Phil, Tim, and all the other leaders in the facility maintenance and the public works department. I also want to recognize the staff, okay, our staff from administrations all the way up to custodians, engineers. Everybody has done a phenomenal job. The parks, they all did a phenomenal job. But last and foremost, I want to recognize and say thank you to each and one of you commissioners, because each week, if it's not one of us, all of us are in here asking for your approval for projects or money to make these projects successful and to make the county to be successful. So I want to take this moment to thank each and every one of you commissioners for your support as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. I do really like what Robin just said. But you provide us the opportunity to have satisfaction in life. I mean, not specifically, there's other things we do, but professionally, you provide us that avenue, you provide us the vision, you provide us the resources to walk into a job that is fulfilling. And so thank you very much for that. And then thank you everyone here who for me at least, and I think the other department heads too, provide us the opportunity to have success. And without them, nothing could be possible. They're the foundation for it all. So thank you so much for this great recognition. Thank you for the vision, the leadership, and the opportunity to be an employee of the El Paso County. Thank you so much.
I've been with the county for 2.5 years, and it's been a real pleasure to work with these folks. One thing that you may not realize is just how humble and how funny the staff is here. And those are two critical things in getting our work done, because sometimes the days get overwhelming. But we keep a sense of humor, and these folks are so humble. We can call on Fernie or Robin or Michael if we need anything in parks, and they're there to help us. They direct us, to information that we need to carry on our events, to keep our parks clean, our projects. I mean, I work side by side with Lydia on all these wonderful new improvements in the parks. And most importantly, I really want to thank Norma. She gave me a chance, she believed in me, and it's been a pleasure working with her. And I really appreciate all the staff, all the support you've given to my staff and myself to make our Parks and Recreation Department go in the right direction. I'm very honored to be part of this team. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to say anything? I would like to have everybody just introduce themselves and let us know what you do.
Monzera Siraj, Public Works Planning and Development Department.
Good morning, Commissioners. Manuel Macias, El Paso County Chief Inspector, Planning and Development.
Ruben Gutierrez, Administrative Assistant of Road and Bridge.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Harold Coots with the Public Works Senior Engineer in the Project Administration.
Good morning. Stephanie Hernandez, Graffiti Wipeout.
Daniela Lujan with Planning and Development. I'm an Engineering Associate Tech.
This is Marisol Corral, and I'm a planner in Public and Development.
Good morning, Judge. Judge is not here. I so used to saying that. So good morning, Commissioners. Gilbert Saldana, Senior Civil Engineer with the Planning and Development Department.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Reed, Project Manager for Transportation.
Lidia Arias, Capital Planning Project Manager, Public Works Administration.
Fernando Pérez, en área de parques.
Commissioners, Roxanne Medina, Planning and Development Senior Transportation Engineer.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don Green, Special Facilities Manager.
Commissioner Denise Rodriguez with Planning and Development, Capital Improvement Project Associate.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tony Bustillos, Planning Development, a Civil Engineer.
I cut in line. Mike Smith, golf professional. We've got the pro official at El Paso today at noon, so I just wanted to cut in line. Thank you for all you do, guys. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Richard Lane, Civil Engineer with Planning and Development.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Evelyn Sanchez, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Kathy Olivas, Admin Specialist.
Sylvia Garcia, County Inspector.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ben Valles, I'm with the Parks Maintenance Team.
Plaza Roman, County Inspector Supervisor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shawnee Enriquez, Assistant Planner with Planning and Development.
Grecia Cimental, Admin Specialist.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jorge Morales, GIS Manager.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alma Bonilla, GIS Specialist.
Morning, Commissioners. David Martinez, Geoanalytics Maintenance Superintendent.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandro Frausto, Superintendent for Parks. Thank you.
Good morning, Edgar Mesa, Park Maintenance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tourism and Special Event Manager.
Good morning, Commissioners. Amy Wheeler, Sports and Aquatic Manager.
Andy Monroe, Parking Garage. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good morning, Yvonne Morales, Aquatics Manager.
Commissioners, Eric, maintenance worker.
Good morning, Ruben Perez, Facilities Maintenance, Downtown Detention, Superintendent.
Yasmin Galindo, Admin Specialist Senior. Good morning, Susana Russell, Administrative Services Manager.
Good morning, Joel Reyes, Parks and Recs Accounting Specialist.
Good morning, Commissioners. Herman Foster, Special Events Supervisor.
Morning, Omar Moreno, Inspector.
Morning, my name is Alejandro Cardenas I'm a county inspector, sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jerry Holguin, County Inspector.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cesar Flores, County Inspector, Public Works. Thank you.
Good morning, Melina Bañuelos, Senior Engineer with Public Works Administration. Thank you for listening through all that.
Did we get everyone?
Did we get everybody? Yep. Well, thank you all, each and every one of you, once again, for the work that you do day in and day out. I mean, we wouldn't be in this building, have lights. We wouldn't be able to go to the parks and to our swimming pools and all of the other, work that's done, the roads and bridges and, all the infrastructure that you all work on. It really is amazing, amazing work. Yes, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to make sure that you all know how incredibly grateful we all are to you for the work that you do every day. The care and commitment that you show to our community, it is just amazing. A large portion of my precinct is located outside of the city of El Paso, and so I think you all probably hear from me way more than you would like to. But I just want to thank you for always being so responsive and for really doing everything that you can to serve the residents of El Paso County. Your dedication is truly amazing. So thank you to each and every one of you. We will never be able to thank you enough for the work that you do for our community.
Commissioner Butler.
I wanted to echo Commissioner Holguin's sentiments and just have an opportunity to say thank you to all of you that I've had the privilege of working with over the last couple of years. 90% of the calls we get in the Precinct 1 office are related somehow to Public Works. And so you also hear from me probably more than you'd like to, but I do appreciate your responsiveness and your dedication, not just to the county, but to all of the residents who call Paso County home. Something as simple as a knockdown street light or stop sign makes a big difference in terms of safety, street lights, paved roads, water infrastructure, disputes between neighbors, neighborhood associations, all the work that you all do to make sure that our county continues to be safe. Our inspectors, thank you for everything that you do and for your efforts. I know that you're all really busy, especially with all of the new projects that are coming online. So just appreciate your dedication and all of your hard work. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know y'all don't hear from me except when it comes to water, roads, parks, and, our facilities. So anyways, no, I really want to appreciate all the work that you do. It's really a challenge for all the facilities that we have that include, our road system, that the public really is really, you guys really are focusing on the majority of stuff that the public really is concerned and wants to vote and approve for, okay? And that's, our water projects, our road projects, and our parks. And so, I wish they would listen a little bit more that we need some more facilities in our justice system, but it is what it is, right? We need to do what the best we can, and we need to engage the public, and you all are a part of that. We want to thank you. All the challenges that you have to go through and prioritize all the projects and the amounts and the ever-changing world of costs and finance in our system and the challenges we have. My hat's off to you. Thank you very much for your work and service to our community. Yeah.
Betsy, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Sometimes it's hard to capture everything that Public Works does, but I know a couple things. We definitely know what Public Works does when things go wrong, both out in our community and in our own facilities. I think about all of us saying that one of the departments that we contact the most, and maybe not always in a positive way, but in a concerned way for our community, is Public Works. Whether it's, when we hear out in the community, as the court mentioned, something is down, something is not working, something is broke, or something's not available. I think that comes on into our buildings when something isn't working in our buildings. Last week, I called, the lights were out in the elevator. Usually I'm calling because it is the elevator, or whatever the challenges may be. I know recently we've had challenges with the garage, and so I know Randy and Robin have heard a lot of concerns about the garage with the traffic flow. So you all hear from us the most when things aren't working well. Today is about telling you everything you do extremely well. Things that we're so proud of that this department provides for our community and our organization. And I also think the last person I see every day when I leave the county is Rosalinda, usually in the garage, or Adrian, sometimes Lorena, and Randy, and how they sum up my day. They're positive, they're pleasant. Rosalinda usually tells me, have a good day, travel safe, beautiful, and I live for that every day. I come to here every day because of the work you all do, and it makes us so proud in serving this community. We want to hire the best, and in this department, we've done that, and I want you all to continue to give your best for this community, and you do it every day. You make us so proud. Thank you.
Commissioner, one last thing.
Yes.
I want to thank you all for committing to completing our certificate of obligation projects by the end of the year. Thank you.
We'll see about that. No, thank you once again. Thanks, Betsy. So I think since there's so many, what we'll do is we'll have everybody just file up here so we can shake everybody's hand, and then we'll stand up in the back to take the picture. Does that work? Thank you all. Yes, we can bring tall people back here.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of May 2025 as Historic Preservation Month in El Paso County, Texas.
So today is a very special day. We're going to continue to honor the incredible work of our county staff and, of course, all of our community partners who are helping us preserve our traditions and our history. We know how important our history is to our community, and I want to thank all of you all for the work that you do every day to make sure that our history is not forgotten. So it's my honor to read this resolution into the record, and then we'll hear from Dr. Renteria and some of our community partners who are here. Whereas National Preservation Month began in 1973 to provide an opportunity to celebrate the spectrum of cultural richness that makes our nation's large and small communities vibrant and distinct. And whereas every year in May, preservation groups, historic societies, and organizations celebrate National Preservation Month through events that demonstrate the tangible and intangible value of maintaining historic places, as well as the social and economic benefits of passing on enriching stories to new generations. And whereas the Texas Historical Commission encourages its partners from throughout the state to organize activities and commemorative events that make history and culture a living presence in the lives of its people. And whereas El Paso County, home to a treasure trove of historic and cultural assets, is proud to partner with the San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Society, the Concordia Heritage Association, Preservation Texas, and its own El Paso County Historical Commission and Department of Public Works, all of which play an invaluable part in maintaining sites that are so essential to telling the powerful story of El Paso County's evolution. And whereas this is a particularly significant year as the county proudly welcomes the nation's premier player in the preservation of history and culture, the Smithsonian Institution, with its extraordinary Museum on Main Street exhibit currently on display in San Elizario, Texas, at Las Portales Museum in partnership with THC, SEGHS, the Texas Archive of Moving Images, and many other valued local partners as part of a 6-week celebration of our region's unique and dynamic living heritage. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, in recognition of the hard work and dedication of its partners, the San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Society, the Concordia Heritage Association, Preservation Texas, the El Paso County Historical Commission, and the El Paso County's Department of Public Works, as well as all organizations dedicated to preserving El Paso history, that El Paso County does hereby proclaim May as Historic Preservation Month.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Dr. Renteria, if I could just make sure everyone is seeing the video that's also playing regarding some clips from our Smithsonian exhibit. So be sure to see that if you didn't catch it during the reading of the resolution.
And I'd like to take this moment to thank the court for your support of our Heritage Tourism Division of Economic Development, which includes historic preservation. But we could not do this work without our partners that are here today, all of whom work directly with our department, our colleagues in Public Works that manage the restoration projects of our historic sites, maintain our historic sites, and support our programs and events. And the Texas Historical Commission, who provide guidance and support on many of our initiatives, most recently the Museum on Main Street, which is currently at Los Portales. And I do want to say that this is a sample of the many organizations in El Paso County that work to preserve tangible and intangible history and heritage every day. Thank you. And so I do want to turn it over to Ms. Sarah Page, who is with the Texas Historical Commission and is joining us from Austin this morning. Sarah?
Good morning, commissioners and guests. I'm Sarah Page with the Texas Historical Commission, joining you this morning from Austin. The capital's right over there. Happy Historic Preservation Month. So excited to be here to represent the Historical Commission and our Heritage Tourism team. We have thoroughly enjoyed working with El Paso County and the local partners in San Elizario, Los Portales Museum, We're incredibly proud of the work that they have done to preserve your local history and continue telling those stories for future generations. So it's my privilege to be here today to congratulate all of you on such strong work.
Thank you. Then I think we're going to hear from some of our partners.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lilian Trujillo. I'm the president of San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Commission. Thank you. And with me is Helen Rojas, our vice president, and Rene Friday, our assistant museum director, and Haley Chavez, one of our docents. Thank you very much for this honor. We're very happy to receive it. And as you know, we think preservation is very important. We have the San Elizario Presidio Chapel, and then we have the Portales Museum, which was the first schoolhouse in all of El Paso County, and the old county jail from which Billy the Kid helped his friend break out of jail. San Elizario, in case you don't know, San Elizario and the residents did not want their chickens to be run over by the train. So we lost the county seat, but we want it back. No, I'm just kidding. We don't want it back. Okay, again, I want to mention the Smithsonian Museum. We're very happy and very proud to be hosting the traveling exhibit. It was a lot of hard work on the part of our staff. They had to fly to San Angelo, rent a U-Haul truck, bring 16 crates, many of them weighed 500 pounds, bring them back, unload them, take them out of the crates, and put it together, and Rene and Marisela Godinez were very involved in putting together. It was like a puzzle. It was difficult, but it's beautiful. You really need to go see it. Hopefully you'll see it. The last thing I want to mention is that we're going to have a conference at the end of the month on the May 31st, which is a Saturday. It's a short conference, and at the end, at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a historical reenactment narrated, and it's put together by David Mills of Eden Enterprises. He's the one. He and Hector Serrano put together the Viva El Paso, the original Viva El Paso. So we're going to have horses and burros, and we're going to have people dressed in costume like conquistadores, and people dressed like the Salt War thing that we had, and of course Billy the Kid breaking his friend out of jail. So we hope that all of you will join us, and especially come see the Smithsonian exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to invite Mr. Victor Hurtado from Preservation, Texas.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Victor Hurtado, West Texas Program Officer at Preservation Texas, and I'm very excited to be with you all today. Preservation Texas is a nonprofit organization based out of San Marcos, Texas. We have regional offices throughout Texas, including in El Paso and in Tyler. We have an official ribbon cutting coming up later this month. I'm very excited to release information very soon, which highlights several properties along the mission trail, including our 3 missions. Several extant and no longer extant buildings, such as Casa Jesus Lujan and Casa Garcia, or Los Portales. I want to thank this court and Commissioner Holguin for reading this resolution, recognizing May as Preservation Month. Thanks for recognizing really your partners in preserving our unique El Paso and far West Texan cultural heritage. At Preservation Texas, we were really honored and grateful to partner with the County of El Paso on such endeavors. So thank you very much.
And next, we will hear from Ms. Olga Zamorano from the Concordia Heritage Association.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you to Corinne Chacon and the office from Commissioner Holguin's for the invitation. Okay. My name is Olga Zamorano. I am the newly elected president of Concordia Heritage Association. My predecessor, Patricia Kidney, served for the past 20 years, so as many of you know, I have some pretty large shoes to fill. She is present here this morning, and I'm sure she has my report card in her hand. So I have no pressure at all. I'm happy to be here to express the importance of continuing the preservation of El Paso areas. We have a relatively small space compared to all of the space now that El Paso has turned into a very large city. it's a small place to take care of, but nevertheless, the historic Concordia Cemetery is a very important part of El Paso, as it holds much, much history. We have been the holders of the importance of taking care of the Concordia Cemetery for almost 35 years. In November, we will have our 35th anniversary. Your continued help, support, and attention is vital to our association. Our new team is ready to work hard to make you proud, to make the El Paso community also proud. Thank you so much for what you've done and continue to do for Concordia and so many other associations in El Paso County. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, we also have 3 members of our County Historical Commission present today, and Ms. Patricia Kidney will share a few words on their behalf.
Good morning, Commissioners. We've had a long history of coming before you to thank you for your support of historic Concordia Cemetery. I have spent the past 33 years in my preserving history for the county. And I didn't realize it because when you do it every day, it becomes part of your life, like having that third cup of coffee. But of those 33 years, I've been a member of the Historical Commission since 1998. Good heavens. And then, of course, leader of Concordia for 20 years. And we have done so much. It's an awesome, awesome place to be. It's our shakers and movers of El Paso County. Each of the 65,000 people buried there are precious souls who lived and died here in El Paso. They are people who contributed. They are special to us. And our goal has been to bring in all of the historic preservation groups together so that we can all support each other and hold hands and support and assist and be a part of it. You all have really understood that this is where the history of El Paso lays. It's not just the 14.5 acres owned by the county. It is 52 acres, everything within the walls. And we encourage you to recognize that also needs care, as we have been doing all these years. When the county hasn't been able to help us with the funding, we've been able to do wonderful fundraisers to bring that money in. We will continue to take care of every inch inside those 4 walls. We have wonderful partnerships. But above all, you all and what you represent have helped us throughout all of these years, and you'll be in my heart forever. I have retired. I have not resigned, and I'm not giving up Concordia. You see, I've still got my Concordia badge. And so we thank you again for your support and your dedication. Thank you.
And of course, last but not least, we have some of our colleagues from Public Works, but we wanted to really invite the folks that work on our historic preservation projects to say a few words. So Melina and Harold.
Good morning once again, Melina Bañuelos with Public Works. As on behalf of engineering, we wanted to thank you, of course, for your support. We wanted to thank everyone here, especially Ms. Cynthia and Roberto. The historical projects are something very similar to like the park ones. It's our chance to actually see the community using the projects we are doing. And it's really rewarding when they're completed. You know, it made an instant difference to people. And as much as we like to stay behind the scenes and almost invisible in all the other projects, we know that historical projects and the park projects are such a fun delight and a different pace for us. And it's very educational. To identify all the unique characteristics of every one of the properties and how to bring them back to life, how to restore them, how to protect them for the future. So again, thank you so much for making it easier because it is a challenge. You know, that's why, you know, spending money on historical properties is always more expensive, but they make it so much easier for us to be able to help them, to be able to get that goal across, and especially being able to see everyone here use those facilities and actually put life in them. Aside from them being restored, they're actually using them, and it's a beautiful project. But yes, thank you everyone here for all your support. It's been amazing.
And I do just really quickly want to recognize that it's Mark Howe and Prince Mackenzie from our Historical Commission that is here today. Thank you so much, Commissioners, for your support, and we look forward to continue doing this work.
Thank you all so much, every single one of you, for everything that you do to preserve and protect our history and our culture. I am so incredibly proud that the county has recognized how important historic preservation is. And I think one of the things that makes El Paso County is so special is that our history continues to be a living history. I think a lot of times you visit other communities and they have their historic buildings, their historic properties roped off. You can't go up to them and interact with them. And that's not the case here in El Paso County, whether you're talking about the Los Portales or our beautiful missions. Our history is alive, and you all are the ones that are helping to protect that. So thank you. Thank you, Roberto, for making historic preservation such an important part, for recognizing that it is such an important part of economic development. And of course, Dr. Renteria, our newest member, Corinne Chacon, we are incredibly proud of the work that you do. And thank you to all of you for being such incredible community partners. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for a photo. I have lots of resolutions. I think everyone gets one.
Item number 5F, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the El Paso VA Women's Boutique donations in El Paso County, Texas.
So it's my honor to be able to bring some attention to a very important cause today. So thank you, Tony, and thank you, Amin, for being here to tell us a little bit more about this initiative. So I'm going to read the resolution and then, of course, ask as many people as possible to support this great work that you all are trying to do. Whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the unique sacrifices and contributions made by women who have served in the armed forces of the United States, And whereas transitioning from military to civilian life can present unique challenges for women veterans, including securing professional attire and essential items needed to succeed in their personal and professional endeavors. And whereas the El Paso VA healthcare system and the Center for Development and Civic Engagement, through its Women Veterans Program Boutique initiative, is collecting donations of new and gently used women's clothing, shoes, handbags, and fashion accessories to honor and assist women veterans as they transition into civilian life. And whereas these donated items will be used for the free Women Veterans Boutique event on June 12th, 2025, providing a valuable resource to support dignity, self-confidence, and professional success for women veterans in our community. And whereas the County of El Paso encourages community partners, businesses, and residents to join in this important effort by donating needed items and promoting awareness of the ongoing needs of women veterans. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso formally supports and encourages the community to donate to the collection of new and gently used women's clothing, shoes, handbags, and fashion accessories in partnership with the El Paso VA Healthcare System's CDCE and the Women Veterans Boutique Program Boutique. Signed this 19th day of May 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Judge Samaniego? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Tony, Amin, please.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Amin Enriquez, and I'm the Chief for the Center for Development and Civic Engagement at El Paso VA. So this cause is very, very important to us at the El Paso VA. So you know our women's veteran are one of the largest population of veterans retiring nowadays, so more women. As you see in the universities, there's more women than men. In the military, they open more doors for women, so more women are joining the military. So that means that more women are going to retire from the military. So it's important that as they are getting to separate from the services, that they are able to, attain a job and have those support systems that we have. So at El Paso VA, as you know, we have a lot of initiatives for women veterans, like the standalone women's clinic is coming soon to all women, because we know how important the women are and some of the things that they deal that men don't have to deal with. So in addition to that, we incorporated whole health to women's programs. We're doing a lot to help women's veterans just get back in the community and have that support that they need. So this is our second annual Women's Boutique. Last year was a great success. We had over 300 women veterans come by and procure items that they needed for maybe job interviews and things that they needed that they didn't have. So this year we hope to make it bigger and better than last year's. This year event is going to be on the 12th of June, and it's going to be in conjunction with Women Veterans Day. It's going to be at the El Paso VA. It's going to be on the first floor in the training rooms. So we welcome all you to come by and say hello, or just come back, stop by, and meet some of the women veterans. So thank you for your support, and thank you for all you do for El Paso and El Paso veterans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Antoinette Hunt, Veteran County Service Officer. First, I want to thank Commissioner Holguín for supporting this. It was kind of last minute. Amin was briefing the Veterans Advisory Board on Tuesday, and during his briefing, Michelle pinged me and said, I have a bunch of stuff I can donate. And I thought, what a great place. The county is full of ladies that dress professionally and know how to do that. And I can tell you personally, one of my biggest struggles was going from a job that I knew exactly what I was going to wear every day to going to a job where I had to physically think about it every morning. So we appreciate your support, and I look forward to attending the boutique on the 12th during Women's Veterans Week. So thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Tony, we don't get to thank you as much as we should. I mean, you're so involved, but sometimes you're sort of out there somewhere that we don't get to thank you. So thank you very much. And also this, I know you push very hard on recognizing women. I always tell people that embarrassment that I didn't realize, how important they were. This was 3-4 years ago at one of these all-women veterans, and I was so shocked and impressed with everything that they had done. And so that's where the decision to get the woman on our pin was so important. But they're incredible contributors, and so whatever the court can do to help you and your
Always.
success.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you also.
You know, we come across, I think, a lot of random information every single day. But the other day, I read somewhere something that was, I think, really shocking, but not surprising and incredibly fitting, I think, to today's resolution. But I read somewhere that the average American really only uses about 20% of the items that are in our closets. And at first, I thought that can't possibly be right. But the more I thought about it, unfortunately, I think that is correct. So I'd really like to encourage everyone who is listening today, all of our incredible women staff members that we have here at the county, to please consider whether you have new or gently used items that you can donate to this initiative, because it is incredibly important and will make a huge difference in the lives of our women veterans. So thank you, Tony. Thank you, Amin. And thank you to everyone who's going to donate to this initiative.
Thank you.
Tony, before you walk away, can you tell everyone where the collection boxes are going to be located?
One outside of your office, Commissioner Holguin, and I have a second one I can put out in the lobby. I do have a few more at home, so if any of the departments want to put a box in front of their department, just reach out to me. And then if they get full, I'll just come clear them out and take the step immediately to the VA.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item number 6, public comment. This morning we have 2 speakers for public comment. First up, we have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. I'd just like to remind all speakers in public comment that comment is limited to 5 minutes and everybody's being timed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. This month,
Welcome, Elizabeth.
as we honor, good morning. This month, as we remember those who gave their lives in military, those who have served in the police force, we're reminded of the motto to protect and to serve. I'd like to speak briefly about a veteran who had been in the Navy and later God used him to serve in another capacity, a very unique capacity. John Barrows, by his own admission, a very broken man that God used mightily. He had a less than stellar past, but God used him for great things. We're told in God's word, Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. I'd like to speak briefly about the life of John Barrows. He was a good friend of R.C. Sproul. R.C. Sproul was a pastor in Sanford, Florida, right outside Orlando. The church was St. Andrew's Chapel, and they supported the ministry of John Barrows. I heard about John Barrows. For decades, this man had served outside the Orlando Abortion Center. John Barrows understood that in our nation, there is a war raging against the unborn. He reluctantly got involved in the ministry there. I was in Florida this last fall, and I just missed him. He had just the Lord had just taken him about 6 months previously. He had died, but the team in Orlando showed me on the sidewalk the indentation from his crutches. He had served outside that abortion center off in a disabled condition for several decades. Through his ministry, baby after baby was saved. He also reached out regularly to the staff, and he saw a number of them come out of the abortion industry. I was told that he was also invited inside for their Thanksgiving dinner, and got to share more about the gospel and about the Lord. As I read more of his story online today, I realized that he had a lot more mess ups in his past that I had even realized, but God used even his rough exterior to reach people that probably would never have stepped into a church building. We're told in God's word, John 15, the Lord Jesus said, "Greater love has no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." The words of the Lord Jesus Christ. The glory of the gospel is that we are not born as God's friends. We are born at enmity with God, but in mercy, he provided the sacrifice to turn his enemies into friends to all who, by his grace, would believe on the gospel. Thank you so much, and hope you have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Edgar Ruiz.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Commissioners Court and Judge Samaniego. I'm here to speak on behalf of my events. I saw Judge Samaniego yesterday at the race for human trafficking yesterday. He was a participant as well as myself yesterday, and I'm proud to say that I got third place in my age group, 50 to 59.
I wish I could say the same.
You did great, Judge. You did great.
Thank you.
So I'm here to just speak on my event. So let me give you a little bit of background on myself. I founded Chukutown Trailblazers in March of this year, March 18th to be specific. So what I do basically is every weekend, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, I coordinate trail runs on Fridays on the Franklin Mountains, as well as the Oregon Mountains and Las Cruces. I also do hikes on Saturdays at the Franklin Mountains as well. And I also do runs and walks at Scenic Drive and McCullough Canyon for the community. So I started this event called the Secret Garden Community Wellness Event. It's going to be on June the 22nd at 7:30 at the Secret Garden, which is basically at Fox Plaza in District 2. It's right behind D's Teas. So this event, I created this event because I've always wanted to do something for my community health-wise. I am a LPN, I'm a nurse. So health and fitness is very important. Wellness is very important to me. So when I created this event, I started thinking about my community of El Paso. 15% of El Pasoans are diabetic, 30% have high blood pressure, and close to 40%, which is 39%, are obese. So I started thinking about what can I do for my community to help in some way to resolve this problem. So I created this event. So our mission statement, sorry, I have to take off my glasses in order to read. I'm not as young as I used to be. So our mission statement is we are dedicated to empowering our community through running, health, nutrition, fitness, and holistic wellness. Our mission is to inspire healthy lifestyles, foster connection, and create opportunities for every individual to thrive physically, mentally, and socially. Through supporting small local businesses, inclusive programs, educational outreach, and supportive events, we strive to build a vibrant, resilient community committed to lifelong health and well-being. Together, we will not fight to tear down, but to build us up. And this is an event by the community and for the community. So at this event, we're going to start off this event by our local run clubs. We're going to do a 2-mile walk and a 3-mile run from the venue. And also a cycling group will lead a route as well from the venue for about 10 to 12 miles to start it off. We're going to come back, and there's going to be some yoga by a certified instructor and a sound bath as well. So there's going to be, I created this event and I did it so general and broad that people have the option to go wherever way they want to go. I invited local gyms, holistic juices, meal preps, there's even pole dancers. Of course, our community runners and cyclists are involved. Also, I invited mental health, which is Atlantis Health Services is joining our event as well to cover the mental health aspect of the problem here in El Paso. I also invited the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence to be, because domestic violence is a real problem here in El Paso. About 3,000 to 4,000 cases are reported in El Paso each year. So the community, this is a free event for the community. Nothing's coming out. Everything's coming out of my pocket, and I wish I had more people. I'm doing this event all by myself, okay, and organizing this all by myself. So I created this event just to
30 seconds.
I created this event just to make sure that anybody who comes to our community events has all the resources available for them, regardless of which way they want to go as far as mental health, physical health, any venue they want to go to. We're going to have everything at this event. So I invite Dr. Josh Acevedo, District 2 representative, and as well as Judge Samaniego and everybody here in Commissioner's Court for this event. And I thank you very much for giving me your time.
Thank you. Edgar, when Edgar told me about what he was trying to accomplish, it's something that we've been asking the community to do, and that is take sort of responsibility. So here's one gentleman that has taken it upon himself to address something that's very critical in our community. So I said, whatever we can do to support that. I know Commissioner Stout, that's his area, and that he'd be glad to participate, especially in the mental health. He could bring some people in. And so just very, very proud of you, Edgar, that you were willing to do something like this. And we talked about how during the pandemic, so many people died, and partly a lot of them just because they didn't have good health. And you know, my motto is the first protection, the first line of protection to the virus, to illness, is your health. You know, how healthy are you determined if you're going to go into the hospital or not. And so this is something that's aligned with what we want to accomplish. And hopefully, I don't know, Betsy, if you could take his name and see how we as the county can help him and to promote this incredible event. We want more people to do what Edgar did and identify a situation, address it, and then try to get the community to rally behind it. So, Edgar, thank you so much for doing this for us.
Thank you, Judge. It's been very hard. I've only been in existence since May 18th, so it's barely 2 months, and I'm already trying to accomplish this big event for the community. So I appreciate you guys' time. And Judge Samaniego, thank you for your support as well.
Okay, thank you, Edgar. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
And Edgar, I'll get your information from the public comment sheet to contact you and follow up with you.
One for each one of the.
I just have one more, but I can get it whenever necessary.
Betsy can make copies for us.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Commissioner Sergio Coronado.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, Judge, I just want to congratulate Commissioner Butler on a great event that she had for the gun buyback. And I also want to invite the public for Saturday morning, this Saturday morning at 10 o'clock at the Westway Park at 1301 Zinn. We're going to have the ribbon cutting for the park and the new basketball court out there. Laura and I are going to be cooking and doing hot dogs for the community out there. So everybody is welcome to attend. The projects came out great. We had an issue with, some things out there, but they got taken care of. It looks really great, and I'm hoping there's no wind or dust that's going to get on these hot dogs that I'm going to be cooking.
Well,
But
good luck on that.
the other thing I want to advise the court, and I'm going to ask for an item to be placed on the agenda. There's Senator Cornyn has placed a bill in the U.S. Senate regarding reimbursement of funds to the counties under Operation Lone Star that were affected. However, my understanding is the bill does not make it mandatory to pass through the counties. So I'll be putting an item in the agenda requesting Commissioners Court to send a letter to Senator Cornyn. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, you can discuss that today under our legislative update if you'd like.
Yeah, we can do that,
Yeah.
certainly.
Do we have anybody else who'd like to speak in public comment, hasn't signed up already? All right. Sure. Here you go, sir. Mhm. This brings us to item number 7 from the regular agenda. Receive a presentation from the El Paso Central Appraisal District and discuss the preliminary evaluations.
Judge, these two need no introduction. They just go by their first name, Dinah and David.
And David. D&D. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Assistant Director of Budget and Finance. As you know, we're starting to develop our FY26 budget. Our property taxes are our largest source of revenue. It's also an impact that affects every property owner in the county. And so we spend a lot of time going over the details of our property valuations historically and what we think they're going to be in the future as we get closer to finalizing our budget. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to D&D so that they can give you some more details on the preliminary valuations. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Jessica.
Thank you for being here. Always a
Good morning,
pleasure to
Judge.
hear
Good
from
morning,
you. Thank you.
Commissioners. Dinah Kilgore, Executive Director, El Paso Central Appraisal District, and with me is David Stone, Deputy Chief, also from the Appraisal District. And thank you for having us. We're going to do a brief presentation. David and I, we co-present, so I'm going to let him start off, and then I'm going to give you some information on some of the things we're watching out for, and then we'll kind of finalize with some numbers of what we're seeing so far. Remembering notices just went out in April. The deadline for the majority of them was May 15th. We still have some notices that we'll have until the end of May, but we're looking so far at about 32,000 protests. We'll probably hit the 40,000 by the time it's all over that we'll be hearing this month of May, June, and July, and get you that roll to you on the 25th of July so that you guys can have that to estimate what you need. So I'm going to turn it over to David first and let him get started.
Thank you. Welcome, David.
Well, thank you. Judge and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity for us to present to you. The Appraisal District is a political subdivision of the state of Texas that's responsible for appraising properties for property tax purposes. The methodology that we use is mass appraisal. Mass appraisal is basically taking the characteristics of the properties and building models using standardized methods and statistical testing to appraise the property for property tax purposes. This is a recognized methodology by the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practices, and it's used throughout the United States to value properties for ad valorem tax purposes. The advantages of mass appraisal is cost, when you come down to it. There are over 242,000 single-family homes in El Paso County, and if an individual fee appraisal was done on every one of those homes at a cost of $300, it would cost $72 million annually to individually appraise all the single-family homes in El Paso. And that's only the single-family homes. Complex properties are much more expensive. You can get appraisals on complex properties that are priced at $20,000 or even $50,000. So the budget for the El Paso CAD in 2024-2025 was $24.8 million. So we're kind of a discount for y'all to be able to provide this service. What are the disadvantages of mass appraisal? As you know, Texas is a non-disclosure state. Property owners are not required to provide sales information to the appraisal district. Sales are very important for building models and calibrating models to make sure that we're arriving at the market value for all properties. If we don't have that information, it makes it a lot harder. We do get some information, but we do not have access to MLS, which the real estate agents use to record all their sales. So we're kind of at a disadvantage. Also, we require other information such as income and expense information to value property using the income approach, and property owners are not required to provide that information to us either. The other disadvantage of mass appraisal is that we cannot look at every property in the county every year. There's just too many, and we don't have enough appraisers. So we periodically inspect various areas of the county every year, and that's why it's very important at this time of year that if the property owners do not agree with the appraised value that they received on their notice, that they file a protest, and they can bring to our attention any deficiencies in their property that we might not be aware of. We do not go inside people's houses, so we may not be aware of all the internal problems that they may have on their properties. But this equalization phase with the protest provides people an opportunity to let us know if there's something wrong with their property that we haven't identified, so we can take that into account in its evaluation. The property tax calendar, from January 1st to May 15th is what we call the appraisal phase. Actually, it starts the previous year in September, but that's when the appraisers gather information about properties. We gather information such as what sales we can get, and we develop our models, and we appraise all the properties and determine what appraisal values we want to send the property owners. We also send the property owners their appraisal notices, so they're aware of how much we're valuing their property at. Starting on May 15th, which is the deadline for the majority of protests, we'll enter the equalization phase where property owners can contest their property values, and either with the appraisers or with the appraisal review board, and that will last through July 25th when we have to turn over certified rolls to the taxing entities. At that point, the tax calendar shifts into the assessment phase when the taxing units determine what tax rates they're going to use for the year, and tax bills are sent out to the property owners. Then on October 1st, the collections phase will begin when property owners will get their tax bills and they pay their property taxes up through January 31st of the following year.
Now comes the good stuff.
Okay, so what happened this year? Overall, the county saw about a 10% increase in property values. We went from $68.7 billion in taxable value in 2024 to $75.5 billion for 2025. Now, keep in mind, these are before the protests, so that number will come down, but that's what it is right now as of the preliminary totals.
I'm sorry, David, what was that percentage amount of increase?
It's about 10% overall, 9.9%. Okay, residential property increased from 42.7 billion to 47.3 billion. Of that, 853 million, just under a billion, was new construction. Commercial increased from 12 billion to 13.6 billion, and about 551 million of that was new construction. Multifamily housing increased from 3.7 billion to 4 billion. 80 million of that was new construction. Business personal property increased from 4.2 billion to 4.3 billion. 34 million of that was new construction. The personal property numbers in this graph are not finalized for 2025 because property owners had until April 15th to file renditions where they declared what their opinion of their property's value. So we weren't able to incorporate all of those renditions into the preliminary totals. And also property owners can get a 30-day automatic extension if they request it till May 15th, which just passed. So we're going to send updated totals to your finance people at the end of May and at the end of June to show the progress on the protests, and we'll pick up the additional business personal property value at that time. Finally, all the other categories of properties together increased from 5.8 billion to 6.1 billion, with 85 million of that in new construction. As I said, overall, the county is looking at a 9.9% increase in taxable value. The residential properties went up 10.78%, of which almost 2% was new construction. The commercial properties went up 12.8%, of which 4.5% was new construction. The value increased over the prior year, but we didn't see as big an increase in the values as we did last year. Last year, we had a 16.36% increase, or about 6% lower in the increase this year than we were last year. This graph shows the contribution of the various property categories to the overall value. Of the total value, 47 billion was residential. As you can see, that's about 2/3 of the total taxable value in the county comes from single-family residential.
About 63% of all the value on the appraisal roll is residential.
And the multifamily is 4 billion, the orange slice. The gray slice is commercial, is 13.6. The business personal properties, the gold slice is 4.3. And the other blue slice is the other at 6.169.
I'm going to give you an idea of some things that we're seeing on the horizon in the county of El Paso, and kind of give you what we're looking at every year. David is correct. By statute, we must appraise every property at least once every 3 years, but as the market changes, we have to be at market per statute every year. So we are looking at certain categories of property, certain areas of town where we're seeing some growth. And I wanted to show you this. This is the Campus del Sol out in northeast El Paso. And any subdivision that you have, you've got subdivisions in Vinton. Vinton has a first time in a long time, has a new subdivision coming along. Out in Horizon, you have some new subdivisions. I think there's about 2,500 lots possible. So you go from something like this, which is just your desert that they just kind of started plowing down and putting in the infrastructure, to the infrastructure going in and some houses already built, to something like this where you have even more houses. Well, this doesn't happen all within 1 year. So every year we're going to be out checking those areas to see what kind of growth is happening in those subdivisions. I mentioned Vinton. Vinton, we're watching Vinton Steel. You're probably going to see a value go down before you go up because they're going to be getting rid of some of the older equipment and refurbishing that. So we'll be watching that very well. Your Amazon, there's been some decrease in their inventory that they keep on hand, as we all know, because of the tariffs and the things that are going on. So that is something that we'll be watching on them. An example of a subdivision like that, you can see the various stages. In 2023, we had just a very dirt price on there of about $843,000. Once they started doing the infrastructure, putting in the streets, we went up to about 16 million, and now it's at about 119 preliminarily for 2025. It will continue to go up. That's one good thing about the new subdivisions. As they go in and they are building the homes, you're going to get increases in value on your appraisal roll until all the homes are sold, all the lots are filled in, all that infrastructure is done. So we'll be watching those very closely. Again, like I said, right now in El Paso, David mentioned we have about 224,000 single-family homes. In commercial properties, we have less than 13,000. So homeowners do carry the burden overall on the appraisal roll and on the taxes here in El Paso County.
And have we seen movement in those numbers? Like what does that compare to last year and the year before?
About the same. It was 62% last year, I think 63% the year before. So it's staying pretty steady on that percentage of residential versus commercial and business personal property and everything else. You can see it when you're driving around. Yes, we are adding, we did add an Amazon and we do have different things going on, but overall, if you compare us to say like Austin with the Fortune 500 companies and the big condos, sky-rise apartments and condos that they have, those type of things, it's a different dynamic there than it is here. We're very much a retirement community, a government community. A lot of the properties we have here are exempt. And we do have, the exemptions that lower your value. I think your preliminary was 92. By the time you take about $16 billion in exemptions away from that, you're at about $75 billion in preliminary value. So we're a different, I think Judge Samaniego mentioned it, we are unique in who we are. We're very much an education community. And of course, those things are exempt. So it's basically stayed the same percentage, 62, 63% for the last couple of years. When I first started, I'm not going to say how long ago that was, but it was before I had 2 children, and my oldest is 48. So that kind of tells you it was different. You had about 35% was residential responsibility, and the rest was commercial. And we've kind of turned that dynamic around here in El Paso County over the years. I'm going to let David go over some of the percentages.
Been using 70-30, so I think more accurate would be the 63%.
63 to 37, yes, sir. 70-30 is a nice even number to be able to run quick calculations, but it's about 7% higher for residential than what we show. Now, again, we're not the board of realtors. This is based on the information that we have within the appraisal district. So there's sometimes a little differences there in values.
Okay. One of the biggest questions that we get from people when we go out and talk to the public is, you're only supposed to reappraise every 3 years. Why do you keep raising the values every year? And it's true under the law that we have to appraise at least every 3 years, but we're also required to keep properties at market value. And that's very important in El Paso County because the state of Texas funds school districts that are property poor, and every school district in El Paso County is considered property poor by TEA. So if they can't meet the minimum requirements for funding students, then the TEA will give them state money to make up the deficiency. But on the other hand, the TEA also wants to make sure that if they're going to give the school districts money, that the school districts are doing their part of what they need to do. And that means that we have to keep properties at market value, and the state will check us every 2 years. They do a property value study, and they check and see, are we appraising that market value? And if we're not appraising that market value, then the school districts could be penalized on the state aid that they receive, that they will not receive as much if we're not close to 100% on our market value. So we're not forced, but we need to keep the values at market value every year so that the school districts don't have to worry about losing money. Okay.
Apologize, but that happened to one central appraisal district in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
That they weren't in compliance, and the state came in and told them they needed to remedy that. The district was going to lose a lot of money.
There's many school districts every year that are in danger. Fortunately, we haven't had any school districts that have been out of compliance. I think the whole time I've been working at the appraisal district, it's about 30 years. So we've been fortunate that we've been able to keep up with market value, but it can be very challenging, especially since the state is a non-disclosure state, and appraisal districts can't always get sales to make sure that they're at market value.
Right. There was just recently a very large appraisal district in the state of Texas that, because of changes in legislation and the reappraisal plan, will be falling out of the confidence level, and school districts are already looking at how are they going to make up that difference and possibly suing the appraisal districts. So we take it very seriously. We do a lot of research and a lot of study when we submit our report, and you'll see some numbers towards the end of this of where we are percentage-wise for the last 3 studies. If we do fall out in a school district, we will protest it ourselves and get the information to the state to be able to get us back in that confidence. It's very important for our community that we stay there.
I apologize. This is the wrong slide. This is last year's slide. So I'll be talking about the current year information, and we'll be sure to send you all an update on this particular graph. But the reason we needed to do a reappraisal again this year is because we're looking at January 1st, 2024 appraisal values to sales that occurred in 2024 after January 1st. So if the market is stable, we should be at 100% of market value. But when we look at the various areas of the county, for instance, on the west side, we were at, if we compare the 2024 appraised value to 2024 sales amounts, we're at 92% of market value, which is 8% below where we need to be. In the Northeast, we were at 98%, so we were very close to market value. In the central area, we're at 90% of market value, so we're 10% too low. On the east side, in the city limits, we were at 97%, so we were only 3% too low. In the upper valley on the west side, in the county outside the city limits, we were at 101%. On the east side in the county outside the city limits, we were at 100%. And in Horizon City, we're at 99%. So on the outside of the city limits, we're pretty close to market value, but inside the city limits, we needed to do some work to get the values up.
And these numbers are all, after the numbers that David just read you, are the numbers after we had the protests in 2024. So that's why it's important that every year you're going to see those numbers that we then look at to see what we have to do going into the next year, into the setting the values.
Okay, El Paso County in the last couple of years has kind of been atypical to what it usually is as far as single-family homes go. We've never been having a large increase in single-family home values. before COVID, we would average like maybe a 3 to 7% increase in a good year every year. So we've never seen like the double digits that you see in East Texas or going up 30% or anything like that. We've never seen anything like that in El Paso County. But also when the housing crashed in 2008, we didn't lose any value either. We just had a steady, boring housing market, and people got used to that. Unfortunately, when COVID hit, the housing market in El Paso went crazy. And we've been seeing double-digit increases in single-family home values every year since COVID hit. Now, we're not seeing the rate of increase has been going down, but we're still seeing increases in values. And this is very jarring to the taxpayers in El Paso County because they're not used to that. We've never had this before. So people are not used to seeing double-digit increases in home values every year. In this chart, we're looking at the average home value for the county of El Paso over the last 10 years. As you can see, from 2016 to 2020, we barely increased in value at all. The market value, the top blue line, went from 124,000 to 135.7 thousand. So that's not a very big increase. But if you look at the increase since 2020, we went from 135,000 to 247,000. So we've almost doubled the value, the market value of single-family homes. The orange line below that shows the taxable value. And if you notice, although the market value really took off in 2020, the taxable value is increasing at a lesser rate. That's because single-family properties that have a homestead exemption have a 10% cap on their value increase. So they can't go up more than 10% in a year, even if the market value increases more than 10%. So that's why you're not seeing the taxable value increase as much as the market value on the average home value. But it's only delaying the inevitable. Those properties will keep going up 10% every year until they hit their market value again. So the homeowners may get a break in the early years, but it's going to keep going and keep going. So eventually it's going to catch up to them. But it does delay or slow down the increase that they're seeing.
So far, just to not interrupt, but to let you know, legislatively, we've not seen where that homestead cap is changing. It looks like it's going to stay at the 10%, and where they're going to make accommodations for homeowners is going to be in the school homestead exemption. That's what they're looking at right now. It's still going back and forth between the Senate and the House, but that's what we're hearing. They did talk about a 5% cap, which sounds great for homeowners, but it takes, when you think about a 10% gap between what the market is and what you pay, and you lower that to a 5%, it takes it longer to hit the market. So you'll have more years that you'll have an increase every single year, even if the market stayed the same. And we're seeing that in some of the areas right now. The market is the same in some areas it was last year, but they're still getting an increase in their taxable amount because of that cap. So one of the things we were talking about, that David and I were talking about on that property value study, this is the overall level of appraisal for the El Paso Central Appraisal District on the property value study that the State Comptroller's Office does. As you can see, it's done every even year. We were at 96 in 2022, we were at 98, and in 24, we were at 100%, according to the state findings. The states send out their own appraisers. They send out their own field people. They do a random sampling. They do a stratification of all the different categories, and then challenge us to see if we're where we're supposed to be. So I'm really very proud of our staff that we continue to do that. The other audit that the appraisal district, goes through with the State Comptroller's Office is our Property Tax Assistant Division does the methods and assistance review on the appraisal district. And as you can see, we've been at 100% 17, 19, 21, and then 23 on our methods and procedures. And what that is they take the property tax code, which is, pretty big. Used to start out just a very small. It's now the size of the old phone books. Remember the old phone books? And they go in and they start from the beginning, the time they enter our office, our building, and they check everything. They don't check so much the values, but they check, are we following uniform standards of appraisal practices? Are we following the practices? How is our customer service? How is our governance? They go all the way up to investigate our HR, our accounting, and our board of directors. They look to see if our board of directors are having meetings. Are they open meetings? Or have they taken the Open Meetings Act? So it's of the entire building. So we're very, very proud of that. One of the things we wanted to talk about while we're here is the protest season. It is a little late to file a timely protest. A property owner can still, if they got their notice and their deadline was May 15th, then they can still file a late protest, but it's out of our hands at the Appraisal District. It is in the hands of the Appraisal Review Board. And for those of you who are not aware, the Appraisal Review Board is appointed by our Board of Directors now. They're the ones, the officers there will determine if good cause can be met for filing a late protest. So they're the only ones, but we still tell people it doesn't hurt to try. Go ahead and try it if there was a reason why you didn't meet your timeliness. There is an informal meeting with the appraiser. Once you have a schedule of your formal hearing, then you can come in and visit with an appraiser up to the day of your formal hearing. That has to be done in person, but your formal hearing can be done by phone, or it can be done by video, or it can be done in person. If you're doing it by phone or by video, the property owner must send in the information in advance so the panel, the Appraisal Review Board panel has that information. Appraisal Review Board members are interviewed by a committee set up in our Board of Directors. They must attend comptroller training and plus other training that they feel is suitable. They hire, they have their own attorney who comes in and does training periodically also. There's other remedies. If a property owner comes before an informal and disagrees with that, and they go to a formal hearing and they disagree with that, they can file for arbitration or they can file for district court. And both of those cost a little bit of change there. With arbitration, if the arbitrator goes on the side of the property owner, they get most of their money back. If they go on the side of the appraisal district, then the money is gone. And it goes to the comptroller's office, not to the appraisal district. So here's some tips. We always like to give some tips on how to file a protest when we're here visiting, and it's a public meeting. We like to get these tips out to make sure that when property owners are checking their property with other properties, to make sure they're looking at the same thing. Slight difference in square footage or having a pool or an enclosed garage could make a difference in the value. So they need to make sure they're looking at the same thing. They need to make sure they have all their exemptions. That is so important. It is not too late to file your exemptions. The deadline for filing homesteads is 2 years after the taxes go delinquent. So right now they could file for this year and 2 years back if they bought their home and they forgot to file. There's veterans exemptions, there's over 65, there's disabled, there's spouses of someone who died in the line of duty as a public servant. So there's a lot of exemptions out there. There are companies out there that will do it for you for a fee. It's free. Just call us. Come down to our office. You don't have to pay somebody to do that. We'll be more than happy to make sure you've got the exemptions you're entitled to. When you're coming in for your hearing, make sure you bring some evidence. Don't just walk in and say, my taxes are too high. We need to be able to see something. What's wrong with your property? Take some pictures, get some estimates. If you've got a closing statements, an appraisal that was done, it just needs to be done fairly timely. If you bring an appraisal that was done 4 years ago, we're not going to be able to accept that. So it needs to be more up to date. Pictures, man. Pictures are great. We do go out, but we don't go inside people's houses. So anything that can show us that there's damage inside, maybe your roof blew off with these horrible winds and your sheetrock is crumbling because of that, we need to see those pictures. Remembering the date is January 1. So if you had damage before and you got it fixed, great for you, but it doesn't count anymore because it's been fixed. A lot of times we tell people to contact realtors in their neighborhood to get a comparable analysis. Just bring in whatever evidence you feel like you want us to see. Another reason why we say go to an informal you have a little bit more time. When you go to a formal hearing, they are held to a time limit. So if you bring 100 pictures, they're not going to be able to look at 100 pictures. They can only look at a handful of pictures. So thank you for this opportunity to be able to let people know what they need to bring. And just stay calm and polite and just tell us your story, and we'll tell you what we can do, if we can do anything or if we can't. But this is everybody's opportunity. I tell a lot of folks out there, they say, well, I went last year and my value stayed the same. And I said, well, great, if you're happy, but it doesn't hurt to come in every year. Just make sure something hasn't changed on our end. You can go to our website, epcad.org, and you can look up your property and see, do we have the right information? We need homeowners, we need to be aware of what it is we own and what we can protest. And that's basically it. This is, I think David gave you some information on this. Hearing results for 2024, this kind of gives you an idea of how many protests are filed for commercial properties, how many are filed for business personal property, and how many are filed for residential. You can see we have it as to what the final value came to and what the difference percentage is. So I think that's good information for a taxing entity when they're getting ready to start working. You have an idea of what happened last year to be able to forecast what might be happening this year. Speaking of forecasting, we are looking at several things going on in the county. I would love to be able to tell you what the values are going to be, but we can't pre-value anything right now. We know that there are several solar farms now in the Lower Valley that we'll be picking up. One of them I think is complete, the other one is just beginning. So that'll be, something that we'll be looking at going into 2026. So between Campos del Sol still growing, between Horizon still growing, between the changes in Fenton Steel and, of course, the solar farms that are going in, there we do see some growth. Anytime you have a new subdivision going in, normally you're going to see commercial property following it, especially in growth areas like Campos del Sol or in Horizon. You can see that already. When I first started working out in the field, Horizon was a desert community, and there was maybe one or two little cafes that you could go to, and we drive around every year to look at the growth, so we know what we're talking about, and it's just amazing how fast things can happen. So we'll be watching it going into 2026, but for right now, we're just kind of dealing with protests for 2025. Pending lawsuits, just to let you have an idea, about 10% of the appraisal roll is under a lawsuit. We've got about 2,400 lawsuits in there for about $5.7 billion in value. Property owner is entitled and is allowed to file a lawsuit. That's part of what a property owner can do, and so we have to deal with that. I cannot take 2,400 lawsuits to court, so a lot of this is through mediation with our local mediators and discussion with the property owners as to neither one of us may be happy, but something we can live with to move on and not have these lawsuits outstanding. And that's basically it. Open for questions for myself or for David.
Thank you both. Tremendous information. Commissioner Coronado, since you're close to this topic, any?
Yeah, the biggest change has been in the Central Appraisal District over the last year has been, obviously, there's 3 new members that are elected countywide. We're trying to work to see with other counties to make sure to see that we separate those into different districts. Right now, as it stands, any one of those individuals, they could come from the same street or the same house in the entire county. And there's no requirement that we only pick within each one of those races that there be, the majority vote in. If there's more than 2 persons running for that position, there can be a runoff, and the cost to the county would be, and obviously to the entire taxing entities, because all the taxing entities have to pay for that, would be substantial to have a runoff in that in those elections. Additionally, now the board of directors, like Dinah stated, are hired or appointed by the board of the ARB members are appointed by the board. We did, there was previously no code of conduct for those ARB members. The board of directors have now instituted a code of conduct that each one of those ARB members have to sign on to. We want to make sure the Central Appraisal District wants to make sure that all these individuals are user-friendly to the community. Anybody goes before them, that they pay attention, and that they are very unbiased and basically, equal, not to one side or the other. And so those new things have been instituted into IRB, and for the better, I think. And so,
I think so too. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Thank you. I do have some questions. If you don't mind, I'll try to be quick. I had some questions on the slide, two slides before this, the one with the chart. There it is. So I just wanted to, I thought this was really interesting to see the difference between the commercial and the residential hearing results. And I just wanted to see if you have any insight in terms of the value reduction being so much higher for commercial, both formal and informal, versus residential. Even though I'm sure there are much more residential hearings, the values are much less, and the value reduction percentages are much lower. Do you know why that is?
Commercial properties, majority of the time, will not go to an informal hearing. They go straight to the Appraisal Review Board. Commercial properties are looked at on the income produced, what their income is producing, what their expenses are. They will present that information. They are almost always represented by a property tax agent, a representative that hires them to come in, and that's their job. And they're there all day for multiple days with their clients' properties before the Appraisal Review Board, presenting information. Some of them present no information. They just go back on past history and discuss what their problems are with their commercial clients. Throughout the state of Texas, it is very easy for a commercial property to get a value reduction because of the process. With informal, we're allowed to sit down and we sit down and visit with the property owner. This is what we paid for it. Great, we're going to make that change. With commercial, as you can tell, there was a property not too long ago in Dallas that sold for, I want to say, almost $500 million. And by the time they finished with their hearing with ARB, it was cut to 200-something billion. So that does happen. Things like that, Appraisal District can file a lawsuit against those kinds of value changes. But when you have multiple changes like that, we already have a large lawsuit fine. So it is, fortunately, in the state of Texas, it's not just market value, it's also equity. And so you get a couple of them coming in, and they get their commercial business lowered. That starts a downward spiral. And so everybody else can get lower and lower and lower in the commercial. So it's not the best system, but it is a good system. It just has some flaws that legislation needs to, I feel, needs to tighten up. Yeah, we both have opinions.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that we have a lot better data on residential values than we do on commercial values. We don't have all the sales from MLS, but we do get a lot of sales. So we have better evidence for what the property values are worth for residential property. With commercial properties, first of all, there aren't very many sales anyway, and what sales there are, nobody will tell us. And the only time we find out is if their property is higher than the sales price, then they'll let us know. If the property's lower than the sales price, they won't say anything. So the only time we get information from commercial properties is if they think their value's too high, and they always produce data that shows that their value should be lowered. The people that are too low, they just won't protest and will never find out about it. So residential property owners are kind of at a disadvantage in the system because we know what properties are selling for. We're getting the sales, so it doesn't, we're not so dependent on information that the property owner might have to bring in, whereas in commercial property, we are.
Now, with commercial properties also, we look at rents. What are the rents going on? Like in your apartments, you can get the apartment books and it shows you what the rents are. When we start out and the notices go out, we are usually about 98 to 99% of market at the beginning of the hearings. It's after the hearings take place that you start seeing changes. We will change a value if information is brought in and we're high, if we're too high on something and they bring in information, they go, you know what, you're comparing me to a business that's very active. I'm new, I don't have that income, or I have these issues going on, I have some repairs that need to be done. Yes, of course, then we're going to look at that and we're going to more than likely make an adjustment, just like we would for residential. But commercial properties very rarely will come into informal, they go right to the ARB. And so we won't have access to that information before the hearing, just during the hearing, along with the ARB members. So it's something that then we work on. As you noticed, the level of appraisal in 2023 to 2024 that David was talking to you about, we were up high, we came down low, we went back up again, and now we're having hearings. So that's just kind of how it takes place every year. Plus, your commercial property owners they're the ones who usually file the lawsuits.
Right. So thank you for those explanations. I think it's unfortunate that the system is really set up against the residential property owners. It doesn't help our efforts to increase the percentage of commercial property taxes and try to even out that percentage and ratio. And the numbers are really clear, right? Like the majority of the protests, the majority of the value is coming from the commercial taxpayers. And so it's just another, I think, barrier for us to be able to kind of bring more equality to the system. And I appreciate that you mentioned this is a state legislative issue, right? And Mr. Stone, thank you very much for coming to our community meeting that we hosted with Representative Fierro. And I think that's really important to communicate to our constituents and to our taxpayers that they understand the CAD is managed by the state comptroller's office and the state legislature. And even if we wanted to reform some of these issues, we don't have that capability. And so we kind of are stuck working with the system that we have and trying to make the best of it. So thank you very much for the information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And Judge, one other thing, I just do want to mention that, the district is aware that a lot of times the homeowners, when they come and present, they are not like savvy agents that go in and before the ARB. Some of them will have, agents, some will have their own attorneys do it. And so the district is reaching out to inform the taxpayers what they need to bring in respect to when they have an ARB hearing. And so we're trying to make sure that they are aware of what it is that how should they come prepared, in other words, to the hearing. Thankfully, a lot of those issues with the homeowners are resolved by the informal process. But when they're not, the homeowner's on their own to make sure that they bring the presentation. And so they are kind of at a disadvantage if not very savvy about, valuation issues. And so that is presented to them. Before this, we didn't have any of those guidelines. We do now. And so, we're wanting to make sure that the ARB members follow those issues. And so
That was one nice thing about the change in legislation 2 years ago in putting it in the hands of the board of directors, is they do have a little more control over being able to have the code of ethics for the appraisal review board, interview the members, and ensure that they are coming in with an open mind, like a juror, and that's basically what they are, is they're jurors to hear both sides of the case and then come up with a number. So we're very hopeful for this year.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you,
Really
thank you, Judge,
appreciate
thank
it.
you, Commissioners. As always, our doors are open.
Yes, I know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioners' Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:33 p.m.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole? We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of support and local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of support and local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes. Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the.
Go ahead. Ready, Miguel? Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:46 p.m. We are on item number 7C. Receive a presentation from the Alliance for Regional Military Support.
There we go. I need slides to read. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy, staff. I'm Lance Lair with the Alliance for Regional Military Support. I have with me John Bailey, who is the Vice Chair, and Richard Deub, who is just the Honorable Richard Deub. So, my bodyguard. Yes. So we'd like to give you basically the yearly update, and then we generally will do this at least once a year, and then every quarter we'll brief you on what went on in that quarter. So this is gonna cover the most recent quarter. So pretty good. I did it all by myself. So I believe it's been about 5 years that we've been members together, partners together. So I think you're very familiar. In our 5 focus areas, we've covered most of those focused areas this last quarter. And what I've done differently in this report that I did from the last one was I numbered our focus areas, and then you can see at the end of each of our snippets of our report, you can see what area that covers down on. So as an example, breaking ground for the Fort Bliss Railhead and Spur contract is, it goes after number 5, right? But it also goes after economic development. And we are most proud of that accomplishment. This has been at least 5 years in the making. This has been advocacy in DC, advocacy here with Veronica Escobar, with Tony Gonzalez, even with the Southern New Mexico delegation and the New Mexico senatorial delegation. We're very proud of this. That in itself is well over $80 million in mill count spending. And we didn't, because it's past this quarter, we didn't even talk about 3D barracks that you all submitted support letters for, and along with us and everybody else. So, yes.
So just to also update, so when we got the future or the railhead in here, that's critical for future stationing. It now makes us even more of a power projection plant to put out a lot of our Guard and Reserve that come in here, as well as being able to deploy the 1st Armored Division if we need to. If one railhead goes down, we still have another one. In the past, had one railhead gone down, we were done. So this makes us a lot more acceptable for stationing additional soldiers and equipment and everything here at the Fort Bliss area.
Questions on that? I didn't think so. Try and keep it at 5 minutes. So I'm pretty happy that we were able to snare Commissioner Butler attendance at the Army War College at the National Strategic Symposium. And I would love to have any number of you go to that. That's an eye-opening experience. I think you're going to be very grateful to have gone there for that week. And we have amongst the group 3 nominations that we can use. Myself, John, and Gus all have nominations that we can put in. So if you're interested in going up to the Army War College and sitting down and working with them for a solid 3 days, it is a week, but it's a solid 5 days, but you travel as well. And so
It's an annual thing, so each year we get to submit names.
Microphone, sir?
No, so what takes place in?
I apologize. Richard
what takes
Day with
place,
Arms. Sir?
What takes place, or what's
When
the
it's
curriculum like? Or?
you're integrated with the military population that's attending there, working on their master's degrees. So most of them are there for the entire year as they fast track to their master's programs, and then they integrate you into a group, and you go to every class with them for that entire week and get their perspectives, and then they reach out to you to ask you your perspectives from the civilian side. For me, it was one of the greatest experiences ever. It was really nice.
When does that take place?
It's in 2 weeks.
Usually the first week, John Bailey, it's usually the first week of June.
Okay.
And you travel out on a Sunday. It starts Monday through Friday. And as Richard said, the real key thing too is the people that you're in class with are all lieutenant colonels being ready to be promoted to colonels. And they're looking to you as a civilian to kind of get a perspective from your side. And it's an open discussion, open dialogue. As Richard said, probably one of the best things I got to do was to go to that. They also do a staff ride, and they walk you through. We went to Gettysburg, and it was probably one of the most incredible things I've ever done with it. So if you're interested in going, just reach out to us, and we'll put the recommendations together.
Thank you for nominating me and helping me with the application process. It's in 2 weeks, so I'm excited to be part of that for that week in Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
It's a great thing. You're going to love it. And really, this is the National Defense Studies master's degree, right?
I'm really doing my homework, and I think it's a really interesting time to be listening and observing the discussions happening around national security right now, the Army.
Okay. So we're proud to do that, and what I'd really do is throw it out there for you all, because it will give you a real good understanding of the thought processes at the highest level of leadership.
Betsy, are you applying already, or at least asking for nomination, or?
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
That means that I'm going to sponsor Betsy next year. Okay.
She'd be a great choice, by the way.
Okay.
Another addition.
Sorry, Judge. As you know, you're getting the weekly updates. I hope everybody is seeing those. That was something we felt was really important to discuss, to have Fort Bliss send out those updates and make them apolitical and make them just, here's what happened, so that we're not trying to, you're finding out what's going on with the border and unfiltered from the actual leadership there on the ground. Of course, meeting with General Credinger and Commissioner Butler for the border issue discussion. We did that. We did a meeting with the sheriff, fire chief, city reps, and representatives from the ISDs, and we think those were successful. These accomplishments are continuing accomplishments, so it takes a while sometimes to make some of these issues, like, 6 years for the 5 to 6 years to get this railhead done. If Fort Bliss had just said, you know what, you're right, we should have this railhead, they would have paid $36 million for it. When we first came out, that was the estimated cost of building it. It's now at, well over $80 million to do the same thing. So we see this as an ongoing action, and one of those is the medical command and health agency officials, so that we can keep the appropriate health care. I'm sure you've heard that a VA clinic is closed on the west side, or is closing on the west side. We don't want to see that happen, but we're going to continue to push to ensure that our medical capabilities, especially for veterans and service members, at the top of our list. Continuing collaboration with TxDOT. We've got a couple diamond intersections that have been completed out in the county area. Still working on more. And then we owe you 3x5 note cards. Each year we'll give you a set of these note cards, and it's kind of like, here's your base elevator pitch to the military. This year it's taking us longer because the administration is making it harder for us to get, I don't want to say that. it's harder for us to write down what's going to happen because it changes every 5 minutes. And so we're hesitant to give you a card that says, here's what's going on, and it could change the next day or the next week with a new executive order or with new policy or something like that. So we will get that to you. A lot of it has to do with the reports from the Texas Military Preparedness Commission and the other places. They put it out. We can give you the numbers that you can throw around, and I think those are incredibly important for you to understand because the numbers are staggering for the county, the city. We're closing in on 200,000 people, either directly or indirectly involved with the military here in town, right? I mean, or in the county, right? So we're talking a large number of people. We are keeping 28%? Yes. 28% of our folks leaving El Paso or leaving the Army in El Paso are maintaining their residence here. So they're staying here at a rate that's pretty incredible. We're now on par with some of the other installations that were higher than us. We always try and compare ourselves to Fort Sill because it's kind of out there, and they were doing some ungodly number, 36%, I believe. So we really wanted to catch up with them when we're darn near there. When we first started ARMS, it was under 16% of personnel separating from the service. So not just retirees, but everybody separating, about 1,000 a month. It was under 16%, and now it's at much higher, right? 10% more than we had before. So that's 10% more taxpayers, 10% more homeowners, 10% more jobs, and so forth.
And plus, we're seeing that the companies that are coming in have a lot of interest in those leaving the military because of their training, their technology, their leadership, and so we actually promote that. We let companies know that we're working really hard. That we have a lot of great veterans, but that we're also working hard on them coming out, and that's very attractive to, like Meta, we talk to them about that, different companies that very interested in new military coming out, and so that is to our favor as far as economic development.
Absolutely. Just the soft skills that, the leadership is taught to everybody, officer, enlisted, NCO, it doesn't matter. Those skills that they bring out are very attractive to almost all businesses, but some of the bonuses are the clearance level. So every soldier has been through a clearance procedure. So you know that you're not going to have blowback on an HSPD 12 or higher level clearance, and a lot of these companies require that. So beyond the soft skills, that's a major seller as well. So I won't read you the list of our published documents, but I will hit on a couple of them. The summary of executive orders, we're due another one of those. We're going to send out with all the links because it's very hard to understand what these EOs say if you just watch the news or read the news. If you don't go and read the executive order, you're really not going to get out of it what's really happening into it. So we've done these in the past, a summary that has a link to the actual executive order. And then in some cases, in the defense acquisition and the reforming defense sales, we actually broke that down and turn that into something digestible, that kind of the so what of those particular executive orders. And of course, the commissioners or the county staff can always ask, hey, what does this mean to the military, or what does this mean to the city? Those are the kind of things we always ask. Let us know, and we'll work out what that means, or at least what we think that means, right? And then the strategic priorities, that was a big one. We just put that out. That is a large change. I sent it out on the 2nd. If you haven't read through it, it was a one-pager, but it really laid out the differences, the changes to, we'll use an example as the force, changes to the force. So we're definitely going to lose some aviation assets. We're probably going to lose 1 battalion of aviation aircraft from Fort Bliss. I mean, that's what's going to happen. They're going to take all the cavalry, what we call heavy cav attack helicopters out. And the goodness to that, if there is any, is that they're going to replace them with AI-based stuff or unmanned-based stuff, which either is in development phase or hasn't come through yet. So you're going to see a little loss there. And you're going to see some really good things for this particular area, for the county here, especially for Doña Ana County and White Sands Missile Range, because all of the AI stuff is going to have to be tested. All of the hypersonic missiles are going to have to be tested. All of the long-range missiles are going to have to be tested. And so that will bring people, as you know, when White Sands has a test, they stay in El Paso, right? I mean, the vast majority of the time. So that helps El Paso County. Even though it's happening in Doña Ana County, it also helps El Paso. So without going into too much depth with that, that's an example. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions. And my compadres who know way more than me will also answer if you have any.
I have some comments, Judge, if that's okay. I thought the presentation was done.
No,
Go ahead.
I questions about the changes to the military.
No.
Okay, so I'll finish this up. I'm not going to read the slide. Everybody's had them. The reason I put this on top, we're under a continuing authorization right now, right? We're under a continuing authorization right now, and more than likely, we're going to be under either a continuing authorization or a continuing resolution come next year. It's just, it will take that long for the administration to figure it out, and we just don't see it. We don't see it as this bill being passed and as the 26 budget being passed on time. And so we're just trying to focus. FY26 is going to be a hard sell for anything because it's going to be a CA or a CR. So it's going to be hard to get any kind of milk on, hard to get any kind of that kind of monies spent. So we're trying to look forward to 27, 28 when we kind of have what we're going to have for monies kind of set. Once we know that, then we can focus on what the military needs at all the camps and stations, right? So you want to say something?
You done?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No.
Richard Dayu, for the record. Just one last comment I'd like to make, and it goes to the last portion of the way forward. A message, God bless you, the message that we've been trying so far with limited success to communicate across the community is the transformation. Lance and John covered it. The role that we play with arms has transitioned quite a bit from the original role we played as arms with the military. As the military has changed and public policy has changed, so too have we had to adjust. And really our role more than ever now is the role of advocate on behalf of our communities, most importantly, and our installation. Things like the railhead, critical to the future growth of Fort Bliss and obviously for economic development in our community as well. But that's our primary role is advocacy. The roles that each of the governing entities in the community play in economic development is so essential to take advantage of. And thus far, we have not seen that motivation from other entities in the community. We work with Roberto and Christian. We work with John and Marcos. We work with the city and Karina. But I'm being very candid since we're being on the record. I'm not sure if the full understanding of the potential for economic development opportunities is really recognized by those entities, partly because most of them have not served in the military and are a little sort of standoffish in the sense that I don't understand it. So, I'll focus on the things I understand. And that's okay, except other communities are taking advantage of their opportunities with their military installations, as we should be also. Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, are working very hard now to try and develop a relationship with Fort Sill in Oklahoma on a program that they're running that White Sands discovers has an opportunity to emulate, and it could generate some great jobs for them. There are similar opportunities here, but in order to do that, I want to encourage respectfully the economic development folks in all three entities to get together and strategize, and we'd be glad to help them to figure out the target areas so they can be more successful in recruiting companies that are in the defense community, which can be extremely beneficial for growing jobs here in El Paso. And that's the last thing I have to say. So,
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
That way you could go ahead and ask me.
Okay, thank you. I have had the opportunity to work with ARMS for a long time, and actually worked as the staffer for ARMS for many years, so I appreciate all of the work that you do. And I agree that the role of advocate is extremely important, and I'm glad that ARMS can play that role. I also think that your role as the convener or the connector to Fort Bliss leadership is really important, especially as we've seen so many changes in recent months. So one thing I did want to mention was that you all helped us when we were in DC to meet with Dave Armour, and he has been incredibly helpful and insightful and sends a lot of good information out of Washington to us. My primary questions revolve around the border security stuff and how Fort Bliss is going to play a role in that. Obviously, as a border community with the largest military installation along the border, it is something that we know and we see is impacting our community. And so my questions revolve around how far is that going to go, right? How deeply are we going to feel that impact? Is it going to impact active duty soldiers that are on the installation now? How is that going to, is it going to have a ripple effect into the families and the communities in the El Paso community? And so I'm still concerned about all of those things, and there's no easy answer, clear answer, but Fort Bliss leadership have been having those conversations with me and engaging with me and answering the questions as best they can, and helping me to share that information with other stakeholders. The detention facility that's coming online on Fort Bliss is in my precinct, so I'm concerned about that. I know Fort Bliss leadership don't have a role to play in that, but still, it's going to be, I think, very visible reminder about what it means to live in a border community with a large military installation, an Army installation. And so those are the things that I've been focused on over the last couple of months, and I really appreciate everyone's support and helping me get some answers to the questions that I have. Gus Rodriguez, our CASA, has been incredibly helpful, and so I just wanted to say thank you for your role in helping to connect us with those issues.
Just to pass along, this morning, I asked for feedback at the legal orientation, and all the things that we understand very helpful. We finally have a good sense of what you're doing, and the community needs to know more about that, the importance of Fort Bliss. That's always been, at the forefront. But he just was very thankful at the vetting of the bills and in the state and everything you guys were trying to do to make sure there was what's the connection or what's the impact of something that could impact the relationship or can affect Fort Bliss. So just to pass along that he was very thankful for the amount of work that you guys did during the legislative session. Thank you.
That's a report. That is our report.
Betsy, anything else you might want to add?
No, I did think it was going to be easier when they changed the meeting time, but it's actually been harder, but we'll work through it. So they recently changed the meeting time to try to accommodate more people, but we'll make it work.
Okay.
We did, we changed from 7:30 on Thursday, the third Thursday, to 9 on the third Friday, attempting to get,
Okay.
because people are like, oh, it's too early, we're not at work, I have to do it from home. Or that was kind of the major policy shift.
We'll make 9 work on Fridays.
Yeah. And
After cocktails, Commissioner.
It's more enjoyable that way.
And Jose just walked in. I don't know if you heard that I conveyed what you said this morning about how they were so helpful with the legislation, and so.
That's because Richard made sure I got my monthly.
Okay.
I knew it was all retro.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate it.
Commissioners.
Judge, Commissioners, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 7B, receive a presentation from the El Paso Sports Commission regarding its quarterly status report.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. This afternoon, we have the El Paso Sports Commission here to present on their normal quarterly update. We have Tony Rodriguez, and we also have Ms. Janet Vargas. And so I'm going to turn it over to them so that they can present not only on their normal quarterly reports, but also their updates on tourism. Ms. Janet?
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to come over here and introduce myself. My name is Janet Vargas. I've been with the El Paso Sports Commission for 8 years. I've worked 4 years as VP of Operations. I'm usually behind the scenes, so I'm a little nervous. I do hospitality, dressing rooms, and work with our financial department. It was nice to meet some of you guys this morning, and I look forward to setting up one-on-ones with each of you to get to know you guys a little better, and that way you guys get to know me a little better.
I was telling Tony, he did too good of a job keeping her hidden away. My goodness, Tony. I got to learn a little bit more through Tony, and you do excellent work. We just hadn't gotten to meet you, so we really appreciate that you're here with us today.
I'll go ahead and let Tony start the quarterly report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony.
He stayed here instead of going with Peso Pluma, so we'll take it. I'm going to hand these guys out to you if you don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
And that'll be some of the stuff to look over later. I won't get into too much of it, but just so you have an idea of like kind of what's going on when it comes to sports tourism and how we get the numbers. So venue management site, the marquee sign, so we're there. We had to fabricate, I don't know if you can see the sides that are on the digital monitors. That was something not easy to do. It took a little time to fabricate those, especially with the dust storms we had. I'm lucky we got it done in time so that we don't get the dust in there, rain and stuff like that. So we're there. You all are helping us to do the facade right there at the bottom. So it's looking nice, and then we'll get the acrylics going. And it's been working though, so we still have the digital sign up and going. So that's a great thing for especially people seeing up and down
Tony, is there any way to find out like how effective it is, or if people
There's actually a report that TxDOT does, because I remember covering that like sometimes in the news, that they can tell how many people travel past those areas since it is a state road. So yeah, I can look for those numbers and try and get that to you guys.
I'm sure Commissioner Leon will be very happy to see it when he passes by.
So, no, it's definitely, and then so what we're doing too, in skipping around a little bit, we still have like 6 extra panels, digital panels that we have. So we're actually gonna try and put those on the front underneath the canopy right there. So that way we can tell people like, welcome to the Coliseum, or if there's just a delay where doors aren't opening on time, we can put that up there. So that's one of the projects we've been working on too, with the extra digital panels that we have. So as far as events, January, we had Best of the City. They love using the Coliseum. The theme was Midsummer Night's Dream, I think it is, or but definitely outdid themselves from last year, and we look forward to having them again next year for Best of the City. We had an anime con there at the County Coliseum, definitely people dressing up as anime characters. Definitely a great event for the community. One of the first big events always gets sold out is Tough Freedom and Bull Riding. So definitely sold out crowd at the El Paso County Coliseum. You have all the bull riders that come in about a week before because they're doing all media events, signing autographs and stuff and things of that nature. And then, of course, the staffing for the event. We had about 94 people, including concessions, ushers, medics, and people like that. County Service Awards, you guys always host it there at the County Coliseum, and I know you guys always have fun at the photo booths, so we look forward to doing that again next year. One of the first concerts we had to start off the year was Maria Jose. So sold out night for the El Paso County Coliseum, a little bit over 3,000 people, so great to have her back. She was here last year too. We continue with our art markets that we do once a month out there in the pavilion for the community. This was a Valentine's Day one, so giving candy out to the kids. They even had speed dating out there. I'm still single, so it didn't work. But no, it was definitely a fun event to do. No, but yeah, see. So hopefully we'll do it again next year, and I'll test my luck. One of the things that we talked about too was a big game. We had that at the County Coliseum inside. Showed the Super Bowl game. We raised a little bit over $2,000 that we sent to the American Red Cross for the victims in California. Banda Los Recoditos, up and coming like banda groups. So we had them at the El Paso County Coliseum, a little over 2,500 people. So definitely a fun night there. We teamed up with the Border Network for Human Rights. They hosted a community resource fair, turned out event, and so it was great to have that there, especially in the neighborhood where people from the neighborhood came and took part in it. Naturalization ceremony, an event that we do every 2 months, and so there was about 600 people that were sworn in as U.S. citizens, so always a fun event. Boxing, as you guys saw, Stephanie Han won her world title there at the El Paso County Coliseum in February. So we'll have ring wars back in July. So another good boxing night at the Coliseum. Sun City Dance, a lot of local dance teams come out there. They perform there at the County Coliseum for a competition. It's a 3-day event, and so we do that on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Carlos Rivera, he was here last year as well. He came back again. About 4,000 people to the came to his concert, and then he even asked us to get a mariachi band, so we got Franklin Mariachi Band who performed with him. I think there's video, maybe. Always something cool, especially get the local kids involved. I mean, you could always get like a mariachi, but it's cool to incorporate the high schools and get them out there and get the publicity for them. They're performing at the County Coliseum. Another art market we had to move this one inside. It was gonna be in the pavilion, but I think it was raining that day or some sort of windstorm, so we moved it inside to help them out. So we had that in March. TNA Wrestling, you guys know about TNA Wrestling. They were here for about 2 weeks, performed at the Paso County Coliseum, so it was a great night, 2 nights of wrestling, live on pay-per-view, and one was taped. They taped 2 episodes that aired the following Thursdays that they air on TV. So we did the media tour. We went to, I think that's Alderete Middle School. As you can see, Tessa Blanchard is picking up Dr. Galaviz. We went to a boxing, Warriors gym boxing, where they talked to some kids. Of course, we had to make a stop at KFOX TV and CBS. They met with the victims from August 3rd. We took them down to the Kentucky Club so they could get a taste of Ciudad Juarez. They loved it. And of course, we went to the Children's Hospital and also Fort Bliss. And as you can tell from Tessa's picture, it was one of those dusty days because that's all you could see is just all the dust out there. So a good time. And then here's some video from the pay-per-view that aired on that Friday.
It won't be taken from us, as our sacrifice has been far too great.
We are off to a As we are live from the historic El Paso County Coliseum, and for a 9th consecutive time, we are sold out for a live TNA Plus special. These 3 letters just mean more. TNA Wrestling is proud to present Sacrifice. And now let's throw things to our ring announcer, Mackenzie Mitchell. And Jeff Hardy has got the creatures behind him here in El Paso, Texas. Going to the top turnbuckle, moves on the table. A swanton bomb! On TNA Impact. Well, it has been such a pleasure to be here in El Paso, Texas for TNA Sacrifice, and we want to sincerely thank the fans here. We're sold out tonight at the El Paso County Coliseum, but we want to send a sincere thank you to the entire city of El Paso, Texas. It was earlier on this week. We had TNA Day.
Commissioner Sergio Coronado.
And we are so glad to have TNA Wrestling back at El Paso County Coliseum. And we hereby proclaim
March 14th as TNA Wrestling Day in El Paso. You know, guys, everything El Paso and TNA Wrestling fit just like a glove, right?
No, more like a chair in the back.
All right, that's what it is.
Once again, sincere thank you to everyone here in El Paso, Texas that has made us so welcome. First time that TNA...
We hope to have them back, and then we'll get you guys some acting skills so that when they train with the wrestlers.
Next time it's going to be white lining and the bushwhacker.
No, but we're excited to have them. They're looking at coming back for 3 nights. Here, they loved El Paso so much. So they're coming back, but also AEW Wrestling's coming back. They're coming, in fact, next Wednesday. And so that's going to be live on TNT and HBO Max from the El Paso County Coliseum.
Next time, you guys should insist on getting one of the shirts that he was wearing that says, "I'm your papi."
Oh, yeah, there you go.
They should all wear those shirts for the next press conference.
Right, definitely. So, no, we look forward to having them. I mean, just wrestling's coming back. They like the Coliseum. AEW, like I said, they were here 2 years ago. That was when Vicky Guerrero was here. And now we have TNA, and hopefully we'll get them back in December. I won't say too much. One of the big concerts we had is Tito Doble P. He's a cousin of Beso Pluma. We had about close to 6,500 people on a sold-out night. So great night for that. Something that we work with the Texas Agriculture Institute, Kids, Cows, and More. They bring kids from the community out there to learn about agriculture. So we do that out there in the pavilion in that area. We did Dinosaur Adventure. I think that was kind of during spring break. Of course, I had to put my granddaughter in there, so but yeah, she had a great time about that. So a bunch of kids out there. One thing that we do once a month too is with the UMC. We work with the foundation to do car safety checks. So we had that out there. And then Lucha Libre again, but this time we had that local Lucha Libre in the judging arena. So with sports tourism, one of the first events we did was a Hispanic Heritage Qualifier. There was about a total of 70 teams. Out of the 70, 26 from out of town, coming from Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, Las Vegas, Deming, and others. And I put the link there too because you can go to that link and you can click on the tournament and it says, there's a section that says who's coming. And so it lets you know what teams are coming to El Paso to play. And so you can see that actually those teams, I mean, a team from Albuquerque is not driving back on Sunday after they play back to Albuquerque, then coming back Sunday morning to play again. So they're staying in hotels. And one of the things we're trying to figure out is just, are they staying in hotels? Or are they staying in Airbnbs? And that's what we're finding out is more and more teams are staying in Airbnbs. And that's kind of the survey that I kind of showed you guys of what we're doing. I go out there myself. I take my iPad out there and I visit with the visiting teams. I have them fill out the survey, so that's kind of giving us an idea of what's happening, where they're staying, and if it's a hotel or Airbnb. So with this event, we helped with sponsorship and with hotel referrals. Again, with the SISD baseball tournament, Socorro Independent School District, they had their own tournament. I don't remember how many teams there were, but I know 7 were from out of town. They came from Carlsbad High School, Odessa, Midland, Texas, Plainview, Rio Rancho, Pecos, and Lubbock. And so we provided sponsorship for that. This is what I was kind of telling you about the Interflag tournament. They had this on the Eastside Park out there, but they did their own kind of survey too when we were out there. And so that's where they kind of say, like, you can see, if you zoom in, and I'm sorry it's so small, but some say hotel, some say Airbnb. And so that's what, again, what we're going to try and look for when we continue doing, helping out with tournaments. Tip of Texas volleyball, about 25 teams, 6 from out of town, Durango, Colorado, Albuquerque, Odessa, Clovis, and Presidio. So we helped there with sponsorship and hotels. And of course, we went to the link to see the teams there, and we were able to go out there during those times. The Shamrock Showdown, about 54 teams, 9 from out of town. See from Alamogordo, Albuquerque, Debbing, Farmington, and Torreon. And we helped with sponsorship there. Southwest Chili Pepper, about 38 teams total, 11 from out of town, coming from Tucson, Albuquerque, Deming, and Carlsbad. So we helped there with sponsorship and hotel referrals. And this is kind of like the survey that we put on the iPad, that they can fill out on the iPad. They put their name, their email. Did you stay overnight for the tournament? How many nights? Which hotel? And then was it an Airbnb? So that's the kind of the questions that we're asking them there. And then also their spending habits. Are you dining out? How much are you spending? And roughly how many were in your group? So as far as numbers, goes our financial report. You can see from January, February, and March. Little low in January, February, of course, because we had the concerts in TNA, and then March as well. So we're continuing to do that, continue to be busy. So we look forward to a busy summer, which is definitely going to be with AEW, rodeo, and as well as concerts that we have. And then last but not least, the hotel room nights. We're about 3,500 right now. Again, with March, it doesn't include the flag football one, again, because it's trying to figure out too how many actually did stay in hotels versus Airbnb. And so I think as we're seeing more and more of that, we'll probably add numbers of just hotels and Airbnb, so that way you all have a understanding what's going on there. Other than that, the big thing we got going on right now is the Region 19 female flag football. The championship is on Thursday, and so that's going to be great. We're going to have owners from the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans here in El Paso for the championship. It's been a great turnout. Yesterday, the Damon Clark from the Dallas Cowboys was here, and Rowdy in the mascot gave out some gifts to the Cowboys team. So definitely want to invite you all out to that. Do a coin toss or some of the games. They continue today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Playoffs, double elimination, and then Thursday with the championship. So definitely would like to see you all out there. But other than that, that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
Well, great job, both of you. Thank you. Appreciate it. A lot of activities taking place. So thank you.
But yeah, just those papers so you can see, like when we look at tournaments, I go detailed about where they're from, Albuquerque, Chaparral, so that way I know what time to go to the game, do the surveys. Just like when there was a big tournament for Cinco de Mayo, they held it at 4 different parks, from Ascarate, Veterans, the Sports Park, and E.L. Williams, all over town. And so definitely I'm going out to all those parks and meeting with these teams from out of town and trying to get that information that also not only helps us, but helps you all too.
Thank you. Great job, Tony. Great job. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, guys.
I'd like to quickly jump to one of the items that was pulled from the consent agenda. Item number 4R from the consent agenda. Approve and authorize the transfer of tax note 2022 proceeds as follows. Transfer $201,000 from CPTN 22 PDN Trail Professional Services to CPTN 2022 Cap Out Miscellaneous, and transfer $548,000 from CPTN 2022 Cap Out Miscellaneous to an account to be established by the county auditors for the De Alba Stormwater Project, and transfer $100,000 from CPTN 2022 Cap Out Miscellaneous to an account to be established by the county auditors for the Digital Library Technology Project. Further, approve and authorize the transfer of tax note 2023 Series C proceeds as follows. Transfer $1,327,500 from CPTN 2023 C Bob Hope right-of-way improvements, $500,000 from CPTN 2023 CJ Hayes right-of-way land, $12,000 from CPTN 2023C Tornillo supplemental improvements, and $548,000 from CPTN 23 De Alba construction, in a total amount of $2,387,500 to CPTN 2023C contingency miscellaneous, and transfer $1,898,568 from CPTN 2023C contingency miscellaneous to CPTN 2023C Hayes Phase 2 construction, and transfer $426,454.48 to CPTN 23C traffic sign construction.
Hi, Jose.
Sorry, Caesar.
Yeah, I know. I was going to apologize to Caesar for having made him read that huge thing. Jose, so my question, so the spreadsheets that were in the backup are really, really helpful, and they're very, they explain very well the transfer from tax note 22 to 23. But what I didn't see, and I don't know if I just missed it, but do we have something that tells us whether now, with these changes, are all the tax note 2022 proceeds, are those now all used up, or do we still have proceeds left that we need to make sure we meet our spending deadlines? For 2023, I know we still have time for that one, but that's what I was trying to see if I could tell from any of these spreadsheets, really the funding amounts that are remaining in the different tax notes. The explanation of the projects and the money that's being moved between projects and between tax notes is very clear. I didn't know whether, like, all of the 2022 tax note funding has now been allocated.
Yes, ma'am. Jose Landeros with Strategic Capital Development. The current balance of the miscellaneous account under tax note 2022 is approximately $710,000. And so this item will take that 447 out of that, and so there'll be still a balance of about 250,000 that will need to be identified for a spend down.
And do we have an idea of what that might be used for?
So one of those is the $100,000 for the library.
The library? Okay.
And so the library request comes by way of the Community Services Department. When we were evaluating CPF projects, they indicated that they had a need to retrofit that with solar panels and equipment and displays and monitors to make it more functional. And so given the amount and the fact that that kind of equipment is authorized under tax note 2022, we felt that that would be a good fit for that. And so that's the reason why we're recommending that it be programmed there as well.
So then that leaves about 150,000 remaining for the 2022 tax note?
Yes, ma'am. And what we can do is in this week's highlights ensure that we show you the exact math after these transfers are approved of what exactly is remaining, and then we'll also include a summary of what the eligible uses are within that issuance for the court's awareness.
Do we have an idea of what we might want to use those 150,000 for?
We have not discussed that yet. Tax note 22 is incredibly flexible. It is taxable, and so some of the timelines that we've imposed on ourselves with spending down are self-imposed. There's nothing from the IRS at that point. So we have a lot of flexibility, both in terms of project eligibility as well as timing for that one specifically. But we do want to successfully start to close it out, which is why we're moving forward on this reallocation and moving some of the projects from the ADVA from tax note 23, which is a project that's primarily complete. It's just finishing some final invoices. We're moving that and those expenses into tax note 2022. It won't interrupt the project. The project's done. At this point, it's just about trying to close out tax note 2022.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really helpful if we could get that either in the update or as a separate email, but some kind of spreadsheet that just shows us where we are with tax note 2022 and then eventually with tax note 2023.
Yes, ma'am. And I know that this office will be working closely with Ms. Keller and strategic planning to provide the court an update and overview of all of the debt spend down that has occurred to date, as it ties in also a summary of all the ARPA projects and where they stand, and your strategic plan updates during your July special session. And so that additional information will be shared at that time as well.
Great. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Yes, Commissioner
I don't know,
Coronado?
Commissioners? No? I saw you ready. Jose, one question is, why didn't we already have the match for the project that this is being allocated to?
And so the county executed it's referred to as a LAPAFA, the Local Project Advance Funding Agreement with TxDOT several years ago. This John Hayes project is funded through dollars at the MPO. And this is actually the second phase because the first phase is currently under construction. And so as we entered the year for the construction funds to become necessary, that is when we enter the year that we need to program the grant match. And so this conversation actually originates as budget is interfacing with the planning department, and planning is outlining all of the grant match requests that they're going to have for fiscal year 26. And then our office became involved because we're trying to do everything we can to shift expenses that are eligible for debt out of the general fund to help the court with its fund balance. And so this was just the natural timing of the way the project was coming around. It just so happens that we had the opportunity to move it into the debt to help not have to offset, to not have to increase the grant matches in your 2026 general fund.
Okay. And the savings, or the 500,000, was it approximately that much from the Dalva project that was left over? What was that from? Was that?
No, so the ADVA project is actually done, and it's been expensed under the tax note under tax note 23. What we're actually doing is an accounting measure, which is transferring the expenses from tax note 23 to tax note 22 to help our spend down of tax note 22. So the project is complete. In speaking with Mr. Hernandez last week in Public Works, there's a couple of invoices that are still pending, but all of that will be closed down. The project will be complete. So the project was complete. It utilized the full budget. At this point, we're just categorizing the expenses from 23 under 22 to help us close out tax note 2022.
Okay.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Holguin, a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Thank you, Commissioner. Motion carries.
Great. Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 8A, Board Appointments. Discuss and take appropriate action to appoint a member to the El Paso Area Transportation Service Local Government Corporation.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy Keller, County Administrator. We are requesting currently Jose Landeros serves on the Local Government Corporation as one of our appointees. Commissioner Butler is the chair of the LGC. I am asking that we change the second seat to be Joel Bishop for the county. So transit used to be under community services. We are in the process of hiring a very skilled technical expert as the director of the LGC for the transit center. We thought it would be good to have the element of the community service and the actual end user needs on the LGC. So we'd like to ask the court to consider appointing Joel. They're meeting this week. It would allow Joel and Jose to both attend the meeting so that there could be a handoff between the two.
Thank you, Betsy.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Holguin to appoint Joel Bishop. The voting is open. Motion carries. Going to quickly jump back to the other item that was pulled from the consent agenda. That's item 4M. Approve and authorize the water and sewer rates for the El Paso County Water System doing business as East Montana Water System as presented on May 15th, 2025, and authorize the fees to take effect on October 1st, 2025.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I asked for this to be pulled because it's a substantial issue for those constituents who are part of the East Montana water system, and so I was hoping we can just get a little overview of what the changes, proposed changes to the rates are going to be, and then hopefully just for transparency, be able to share that information.
Ma'am, I also think I have Fernie on the line on remote. Miguel, can you double check that, please, before I dive in?
He's on Teams.
Fernie, are you there? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and then Fernie may join us. So currently, the water rates are $42.34 for the minimum base charge, and the sewer rates are $40.82 for the base charge. The things that are, we hire an outside consultant to evaluate the cost of operating the system. This is what's considered an enterprise system, meaning that the fees should pay for the operation of the system, because this system serves a set block of users. So some of the things that are driving the rate increases: capital project funding requirements. This is for our planned repairs and replacement and replacement improvements to the system. A phased meter replacement to replace older meters, improving meter accuracy. Our strategic priority projects with matching grants and other funds. And then we have a 1 million gallon tank and debt service with grant and loan funded. We applied, it was canceled. We may be applying, or we're going to be applying for new grant funding. So that is the capital investment. But we also have our water rate increases where we purchase this water from El Paso Water. We've also had a slower hookup of new customers in one of our areas that we've recently brought on, which is common. Takes everyone a little while to adopt and to connect. And so that lowers the number of individuals that the costs are being spread out amongst. So those are the things that are driving some of the cost changes. Fernie, I don't know if you want to take it from here and go over what the new costs are, or do you want me to continue?
Yes, ma'am, I could take over. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Our consultant went ahead and did the rate study, and once he filed in all those factors, he found out that the water rate would need to be increased to $46.15 for water connection and $45.72 for the sewer connection, and that's equivalent to a 9% increase from last year on the water and a 12% increase from last year on the sewer. Basically, this will kind of help us in two manners. One, it helps us identify and cover all the costs, the increases like Betsy was saying, and then also it helps us establish our long-term debt so that we are able to cover future capital growth, future projects, and incorporate the long-term financing of the 1 million gallon tank once we do apply for that federal funding again.
And so right now, the average typical residential monthly water bill for a customer bill using 8,000 gallons with 3/4 inch meter would be $65. We'd expect that to go up about $5 in FY 2026. And because this is a planned increase over time to pay for the cost of maintaining and investing in the system, it would be a $5 increase between FY 25 and 26 for that bill. Between 26 and 27, we're projecting forward a $7 increase. 27 to 28, another $7. So it's almost a $7 a year increase for the next 5 years, except for this first year, it's $5 a month on the water side. And then on the sewer side, it's about a $7 increase starting this year, but then it actually starts getting lower. The increase gets lower between 27 and 28. then it averages out about $7 or $8 a month again. So that's the projection looking forward, and the plan to be able to invest in and maintain the system.
I know that last year there was also a substantial increase to the rates, about 22%, I believe. And so I just want the constituents to know that this is going to keep going up, and that it's part of our efforts to be able to afford maintaining the system, which is already a couple of decades old, right, Fernie?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, we've been doing these rate analysis for the last few years. And because we've had such an increase from El Paso electric fees, because for a long time we had a pretty steady rate, but unfortunately the rates have been increasing. And so we have to pass that along since we don't have the opportunity to bank any additional funds on our end. And so we are just passing on the rates, and we've committed to hiring this consultant for the next 5 years to keep evaluating the rates to make sure we are complying with, be able to have enough money to cover the system's needs, plus to be able to have the emergency capacity on that.
You said El Paso Electric, but you meant El Paso Water, right? Yes. So
I'm sorry, El Paso Water, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
We get the water from El Paso Water Utilities, and so we don't own the water just the water system. So just want to make that clear to people who are concerned about the rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve from from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 9A, Commissioners Court. Receive a presentation from County Intern Ryan Boatwright, highlighting the importance and benefits of internship programs in county government.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to, I can introduce Ryan. He's been an intern in the Precinct 1 office since last August, so for a long time, and his last week with us will be next week. And so I thought it would be a great opportunity to ask him to tell us what he's learned from his internship experience. It's been a little bit unique, I think, because he worked for a few months for Commissioner Leon, who was retiring after 12 years, and then he was here for the transition to my office, and we went from being coworkers to now a different dynamic in the office. So I want to highlight two things. One is how impactful and important the internships have been from my perspective in the office, both as a senior policy advisor and as a commissioner. How much of a difference it's made in terms of what we're able to accomplish and the kind of work that we can do. And I also want to highlight the importance of being able to pay our interns. And I know that's going to be a discussion for our upcoming budget, but I think we have amazing interns, and I don't know that we'd be able to get the caliber of interns that we do have for as long as we've had them without being able to pay them. So I'll hand it over to Ryan to talk a little bit, and I know that we have most of our interns in the room who will also join him. So thank you, Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Boatwright, and since August, I've had the privilege of serving as an intern in the Precinct 1 office. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Butler for inviting me and asking me to speak about my experience. as this is my final Commissioners Court meeting before my last day on May 30th. This internship has been nothing short of transformative. It has shaped who I am as a person and helped me find direction for what I want to do in the future, and I'm incredibly grateful for every second that I've been here at the county. When I began this journey, I had the unique honor of being the first intern in the Precinct 1 office under Commissioner Carlos Leon. And looking back, I couldn't have asked for a better team to learn from. It was Commissioner Leon, now Commissioner Butler, and Carl McElhaney. In my opinion, that's kind of the dream team of government offices. And so that period was especially meaningful as Commissioner Leon was preparing to retire. And I was fortunate to have many one-on-one conversations with him. And building that relationship with Commissioner Leon and the staff became the most rewarding experience of the internship. Because Commissioner Leon, he was one of the first people that truly seemed invested in wanting me to succeed. And that really meant a lot as a 20-year-old. I was just kind of like starting out in college and trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And so his encouragement pushed me to pursue opportunities I never thought were possible. When I decided to run for president of the Student Government Association at UTEP, it was largely because of his influence and support. And when I found out that I had won, after calling my mom and dad, Commissioner Leon was the first person I called to let him know. But without a doubt, one of the greatest highlights of my internship was getting to know and learn from Carl McElhaney. I've never met anyone quite like Carl, and I consider it a privilege to be among the interns that he mentored. Carl embodied the true spirit of public service. He never sought credit and was always elevating those around him. And one thing that he said that stuck with me during Commissioner Leon's retirement celebration was that he said that he had the opportunity to work with giants. It stuck with me because Carl always had a way of making other people feel like they contributed more than they did, when in reality it was kind of Carl that made it happen. And I just thought that that spoke to who he is as a person. And I felt so grateful that I got to be able to see him that one last time in the hospital, and got to share how much he meant to all of us, and tell him that if he worked with giants, it was only because he helped make them. And so I miss him very deeply, and I carry his influence with me every day. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to Commissioner Butler for inviting me to continue in the office after she was sworn in. It was great to learn from a politician that was winding down his career and one that's from just starting out. And Commissioner Butler, she had placed a great deal of trust in me, and I'm thankful for the opportunities she gave me to work on meaningful projects. As someone that aspires to be an attorney, and hopefully a county attorney at some point, the hands-on experience I've gained has been invaluable. I had the opportunity to do intensive research on the recycling plant fires that cause immense harm to our community. And I learned how to read and understand the Texas local government code and see what authority that the county has to deal and address with certain issues. My research resulted in me presenting to Commissioners Court during executive session, and implementing a county fire code was added as a priority for strategic planning. This experience solidified what I wanted to do with the rest of my life as an attorney, and I don't think without this opportunity I would have solidified that the law was right for me. And furthermore, I was able to work on my writing skills a lot. I've been able to help Commissioner Butler with a lot of op-eds that have been published. I think we're at 3 or 4 now. And so that's just been incredible. And then my first week at the county, I got to help with the gun buyback last year. And so it was a very full circle moment to be able to see the gun buyback from start to finish this past weekend. And if this internship was not paid, there would have been no way for me to accept this position and continue for as long as I have. I did do one unpaid internship in the past, and it places such a burden on students who are having to juggle so many different responsibilities, and it limits who is able to actually accept those positions and benefit from them. And so I would strongly encourage the court to continue supporting paid internship positions as they allow students like all of us to go to school full-time, earn money to get through college, and learn through meaningful experience. Because the true strength of this internship program is that it allows each intern to explore the areas that they are passionate about. Whether it's policy, social media, or community engagement, the county places real value on developing the next generation of public servants and leaders. By making investments in interns, the county is making a bet that these interns will be a part of the county family for the rest of their lives. I know that certainly is my experience, and I thought it showed just how much people want to be at the county. As soon as this position for my internship was opened up, I had dozens of friends reaching out and asking me, like, oh, how do I apply? Can you help me with my application? It just shows that the county is an amazing place to learn, grow, and develop. And if we want to keep attracting more interns that are going to stick around in the county, they need to be compensated. I also wouldn't be here today if it weren't for my fellow interns. My best friend, Jesus, who interned in Commissioner Coronado's office, he introduced me to this opportunity, and one of the most rewarding aspects of this experience has been building a network of peers across the Commissioner's Court and entire county. We've grown together, and that community has made this internship even more special. These connections will be valuable for the rest of our lives as we all grow up together, both personally and professionally. So in short, this experience has just been invaluable to me, and I feel prepared both professionally and personally to step into the next chapter of my life. And hopefully I'll be back around here sometime in the future. So thank you all so much for your time. And if it's okay with the court, I had asked some of the other interns to share their experiences as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. And UTEP's lucky to have you as the next student body president, so
Thank you,
congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Ryan, it's young men like you that gives us a sense of confidence in the future. We worry about whether or not the future's if the young people are going to stand up, sort of like some of the other generations have had to stand up and, make a difference. And I feel very confident that if there's more individuals like yourself, that we would be in very good hands.
Well, that really means a lot. Thank you so much,
Thank
Judge.
you, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. You already know me. My name is Kevin Javalera, but I do want to introduce myself again. I'm an intern for Precinct 2 with Commissioner Stout. And most of you don't know this about me, but I'm actually coming from an engineering background. So it was really a big step up for me to introduce myself into the social and public sector. And it's just out of measure how I can describe how this internship has impacted my life. I'm originally from Chihuahua, and ever since the pandemic, me and my family moved here. I entered UTEP as an environmental engineering major, and I've always been eager, craving purpose and meaning in my life, in my experiences. I've done a numerous amount of jobs as a student in UTEP, just wanting to help my fellow students. And all of that has actually made an impact in me, but I don't think it comes to measure now that I'm seeing my professional life at a glance here, working for the court and the county, just as a public servant. And I do really believe that the programs like this do the most that they can, just the family that you can actually feel them wanting to share their knowledge with you all around the county building. And I do believe that these experiences help retain talent by encouraging students from all backgrounds. And I know that we have interns here at the Commissioner Court, at also administration, the county attorney. And I do want to also advocate for expanding the internship position for more sectors here in the county, including public works and other areas that can also help another students from different backgrounds, such as myself. But finally, we'll just to obviously say thank you to every single one of you. I'll be completely grateful, Commissioner Staff, for giving me this opportunity, to everyone in the Commissioner's Court to actually extend themselves to make me feel part of the team and make me feel welcome. So I do really see myself, even here in the morning that we were celebrating the people in the social, public area and economic development, I do see myself able to be part of this and form some sort of impact that I've been wanting and craving. So I do believe that a lot of different students can also benefit from that. Just as an example, UTEP just opened a bachelor's in artificial intelligence. So I very believe that the county can also benefit from this sector as well, such as the public arts and any other area in engineering as well. So that's my take on it, but I wanted to thank every and each one of you here in this room and in the county.
Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you, Commissioner Stout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Camila Guerrero. I'm an intern with Commissioner Holguín, as you all probably know because I've been here for a while. Like Ryan, I've been here for more than a semester. I actually started in January of last year. So I've been here for about a year and a half, with the exception of the summer. And I've said this to Commissioner Holguín many, many times, but I am so grateful for the opportunity to be part of your team specifically, but also just the county team in general. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you, because I haven't done it before, and I've only expressed that sentiment to Commissioner Holguín. And I think this internship has been very important to me in my life, because I came in with the expectation that I was going to learn about policy, and I ended up learning a lot about my community that I didn't know before. I had some things that I was very passionate about, and I wanted to learn how can I make these things happen, and I ended up coming out of this internship with a much, much bigger understanding of what are the gaps that need to be filled in our community, and I never would have had that experience without this internship, so thank you so much. I feel not only that I'm more competent as a candidate for any position that I apply in after this, but I feel I'm a much more informed constituent. I feel when I go vote, I understand what's going on around me, and that's been one of the biggest difference that I've seen in this internship. And I also wanted to speak a little bit about what you touched on, Commissioner Butler, which is that a lot of students have to sacrifice gaining valuable experiences like this because they need to bring money back home. And I actually ended up in this internship because I was volunteering right here in our information desk for 6 months before I applied for this internship. And I met Javier, and I told him, hey, I've been volunteering here already, I want to make the jump, and I would love to learn a little bit more about, what happens inside the courtroom, that I tell everybody, yay, that's the room, but I don't really know what happens in there. And so thank you all so much. And I'm very, very grateful not only to you all, but also to everybody that works in the county, because everybody has always made me feel very welcome, and nobody has not answered a question that I have, which has been many, many questions. And you always allow me to sit in on all of the meetings. It's not just one of those internships that ends up turning into like an office assistant's job. I really feel like I have had agency, and I feel valued in the stuff and the work that I bring into the office of Commissioner Holguín, so I'm very grateful for that. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it.
And I just want to congratulate Camila again. She just graduated on Sunday yesterday, so congratulations with her degree from UTEP. And Camila plans to go to law school. So I cannot wait to see all of the amazing things that you will accomplish in your life for the benefit of our community. And hopefully that includes coming back, maybe to work with our county attorney's office, our DA's office. But we're incredibly grateful for your commitment to Precinct 3, Camila. And I'm very happy to hear that this has been a positive experience for you and for all of our interns.
So we had 2 graduates yesterday. Mari, my intern, was also graduated yesterday as well. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Daniela Vargas. I'm with Commissioner Stout. To be quite honest with you, when I graduated from UTEP in political science, I naively thought I knew a lot about politics, or at least the majority of it. But once I began this experience, I learned the importance of networking. I learned how to conduct proper research. I learned the behind the scenes of policy work. And when I first started, I had a strong interest in starting law school, and this made me realize I have a much greater interest in political science. So I'm very grateful for this experience. I'm very grateful to Commissioner Stout for giving me the opportunity to start this internship. He has been a great leader. I feel very grateful to be in his office, as well as the county. Everybody involved in the county has treated this experience as a family, and I feel like I'm part of the family, even though I'm just an intern. So I know that's a unique experience, especially in somewhere that's so prestigious as a county. I would also like to thank the Commissioner Stout's policy advisor, Cito. He has become a true mentor for me. He has taught me so much. He has been so patient with me. So I'm just very grateful for this internship. And like the other interns say, I express my support for this continued internship. I think it's a great experience, and I think so many people can learn from it just like I did. So thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you.
We have our speaker, Dominique Macias, as well.
Hi, Commissioners, Judge. I have a little speech prepared because I'm just that, prepared. But I am Dominique Macias. I'm advocating on behalf of the interns here at the county and for future interns. I urge you all to consider and take affirmative action into keeping our paid internship programs here out of Paso County. We, Gen Z, are the up-and-coming faces of workforce. So our future is literally our youth, and we should protect these internships programs with everything that we have, because that's literally all we have. We rely heavily on these internships, especially when they're paid. And so I think it's such a rare privilege to have worked as an intern with Precinct 4, with Commissioner Coronado. I uniquely learned so much in my time here, and given these lessons, I really reinforced those strengths and those skills in other areas of my life and in my career. For example, with the social media series I produced in Precinct 4, like Shots of Facts and Tiny Talk, I made county government fun and relatable to Gen Z. And that's something I never thought I could ever do, but I did. And I think I made it relatable to Gen Z, and it's the same people that I go to class with. And it's my friends that we're talking about, right? And so I think this internship made that connection happen. And none of my work here would have manifested if it wasn't for El Paso County taking me in and teaching me the ways of county government. You guys really, really treat your employees and your interns like family, and that's something, that a quality that you guys should not take away. And I think what we really should be looking at is the passion and the intention behind these interns and their work that they do in each of you guys' precincts. And so I just think, just imagine if we didn't have these internship programs. It's very precious to us, and paid internship opportunities for us are really a big deal, especially during our college careers and even post-graduation. So they are literally the bridge that connects our student lives and our educational worlds to the real world. And I, for one, am so grateful to have known the county world. I would love to see future interns experience this as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Judge, if I might say something. Dom is graduating also, and she's going to continue her education, going for her master's, right? We've had several interns that here. I know Eduardo first worked with us. I know he's going to be a great asset to this community once he finishes his professional career. Jesus, Dominic's cohort, or partner in crime, should I say, is now at the legislature, right? And he has just been promoted from intern to what we call a PIG, paid gig.
Mm-hmm.
And so we really congratulate him and all the interns. After everybody's done, Dominic has prepared a video. It was very, our team was very, focused on what we wanted our interns to do. And that was, we saw that there's a need in the community of engagement and to teach the community what county government is about, because a lot of people have ideas, right, about what the city does, what the county does, even just what county does. And also that there's a lack of us reaching out to young people. And so our team said, we want to focus on that, and we want our interns to focus on that. And starting out from Eduardo, giving us, you know, the media tour for all our local media that we did. And then we progressed to Dominic and Jesus to reaching out to the young people in our community. And we'll show that video at the end when everybody does. And it's just been a great that we want something we really want to continue with. So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Eduardo, welcome.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Eduardo Flores, and I have been serving as an intern for El Paso County since 2023. My first internship was with Commissioner Stout back in spring 2023. That experience, unfortunately, was unpaid, but I did have a lot of growth here, and simply my love for public service grew, and that allowed me to intern for more offices here, being there with the former District Attorney, Bill Hicks, and then going to Commissioner Coronado, and then going to Communications, and finally going with the County Judge, Ricardo Samaniego. Throughout my time with the county, I have gained valuable experience through paid and unpaid internships, which have exposed me to a wide range of responsibilities and insights into the behind scenes of public service. I graduated from UTEP last year with my bachelor's in political science and communications, and I'm currently working on 2 master's degrees, one in public affairs and the other in communication. I am incredibly grateful for the journey and experiences I have been able to get, because my goal is to be a public official in the future. And being here is preparing me for what to expect when that time comes. Outside of the county, I also work at El Paso Community College, and I am an intern at the office of Mayor Renard Johnson. And I aspire to continue my time here at the county, continue learning from all of you, because all of you are great leaders, and I follow your example. And I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank everyone who welcomed me and that opened their doors for me, in supporting me with their guidance and advice, starting from Steven, Mari, Alexis, Miguel, Dr. Gallegos, Desiree, Elisha, Christabel, Chandler, Yvette, Erica, our very own Carl Michael Helny, and many others who have inspired me through their experience and wisdom. Thank you so much to everyone. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Eduardo, just, I don't know, you just have a sense of confidence. If you give them something to do, that it's going to be done. It's going to be done always ethically, obviously, but very meticulous. And never do you worry about, maybe I need to tell him a little bit more. I mean, you just give him a little bit, and he understands the entire concept. I think this is historical that he works for the mayor and myself at the same time. I hadn't seen that happen, so he needed a disclosure, make sure we don't transfer information to each other. But Eduardo, I'm very, very proud of you. He takes risks, and I think that's a big part of which each one of you. I mean, sometimes you can get, sort of understanding a lot of things, but you still got to take that step. You running for trustee says a lot about you. I mean, at such a young age, knowing that it's difficult, and then getting to the level that you did and the votes that you got says a lot about you, Eduardo. And so we're very grateful to have individuals like yourself and your the other interns here. So very proud of you, Eduardo.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Hi, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for letting us all be here today to speak with you all. My name is Kayla Madrid, and I am an intern with Commissioner Butler. I started here in February, and honestly, it has been one of the best experiences of my life. I was born and raised here in El Paso, Texas by my grandparents, and they told me that there is no greater good than being able to give back to your community. And I think about that every day when I wake up and I go to school and I come to work, knowing that there's nothing better that we can do and that we can do is to give back to those in our community. And that's something that this internship allows us to do. I wouldn't be able to be here if it wasn't paid, truthfully. I've taken unpaid internships and I've had to turn them down before in the past. And it is a hard choice to choose between having to pay my rent and get my groceries or get valuable experience in my career. Because I know that I want to be a public servant. I know I want to be here helping the community and doing good for my neighbors. But that's just not possible if we're not providing these entry-level jobs. That's just the truth of the matter, making sure that kids like us are able to grow up and have a good career and be where we want to be and learn what we want to learn. It's just truly not possible without having these positions open where we can learn and get valuable insight from each and every one of you and all of the staff that makes these commissioner court meetings happen and everything else in the county work. So we strongly advocate for expanding this program and making sure that people like us are able to have a voice and be where we want to be. Because the most important thing in El Paso is keeping our talent here. And things like this are what keep our talent here. So thank you all for allowing us to speak today. And I'm sure we're going to go into Dominique's video. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we've learned a lot from each and every one of you and what we need to do to make sure that we do give you, and I every time when I've talked to Eduardo or anybody, I said, I just don't want you to focus on administrative. I want you to tell us what's one of your passions, and is this an opportunity and a platform to be able to obtain that? And the practical point, I've been involved a lot because of the mental health and career developments and all of that. Sometimes people don't know what they want, and so they zero in too quickly, and then sometimes they have to salvage because they put that energy into it, and then they sort of get stuck in a career they don't want to get stuck in, and here, you're able to test the waters, see different things. You might start from one point and decide that something else is better for you. And I'll tell you a story of a social worker with a master's degree, and I took her into the psychiatric ward and she couldn't handle it. And I said, well, what happened? You've got a master's, you're coming in, but she hadn't gotten the exposure. She had gotten the mental health exposure, but not in a psychiatric ward, which is totally different, extremely challenging. But that was it. She couldn't, handle it. It ruined her career quite a bit because she had to reassess things. And I'll never forget that situation that I said, I wish she had, at an early part of her career, had been able to test the different fields, and she ended up going into a totally different field because she really didn't understand what mental health was all about. So I think this is something very important. The paid component, I can tell you, it's hard on us. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel good. I've had non-paid, and you can't. It's almost like I don't want you to do anything because you're not getting money. I felt guilty that you would be in a situation where you had other obligations, but you had your heart with us. And so I too understand the balance between being able to get paid and then being able to do your profession. And it's not a selfish thing. It's a matter of what you need to do to be successful in every element of your life. And you can't concentrate on an internship in the same way if you don't get paid as if you were getting paid. So I know we're going to be great advocates for everything that you've told us. So, Commissioner Coronado? Yes. Commissioner Stout.
You have
and then
seniority.
Commissioner Coronado.
White lightning.
Thank you, thank you, Judge. First of all, thanks for putting this on the agenda. It was a pleasant surprise to see all the interns and especially those that I've worked with come up and talk about their experiences. I don't think all members on the Commissioners Court have always had interns. I think I didn't even have interns in my first couple of years probably, and I, I think about it, and one of the best pieces of advice that I ever got from anybody was when I was in college, and somebody told me, do as many internships as you can, because of kind of one of the things that the judge was saying is that, you may be studying something, but then you go and get real world experience with that with what you're studying, and you might be like, oh my God, I don't even need to be doing this, like I need to be doing something completely different. And so, internships can be very, very impactful. And for me, in my professional career, I started as a journalist as an intern, and that led me on, to a decade-long career as a journalist. And I didn't even study journalism, right? I mean, I just got it. I was lucky to get an internship at a news station, and one thing led to another. And I also an internship opportunity that I had when I was doing my master's degree is what led me to this area. And what made me fall in love with El Paso Juarez, because I was able to do an internship in Juarez at a nonprofit there, and that's what made me want to come back. And so, and then fast forward, when I was working for Senator Rodriguez, we had a lot of interns, especially during the legislative session, and I thought, what a great opportunity for youngsters to understand how their government works and not just sit there and answer phones, right? But actually do work on policy, passing bills here, passing policies like having paid internships. We didn't have. You all know it. Eduardo worked in my office when we didn't have paid interns, and so I'm really appreciative of the members of the court that supported the proposal to start this pilot program and have paid interns. I really think it's important. I don't want to go back. I don't believe in people working for free. I think we're a little too advanced in society these days to be asking people to do things for free, especially at this age. And so, thank you all of you for sharing. You've motivated me, I think, to continue to put so to speak, our money where our mouth is, and hopefully continue the paid program. And I want to say thank you to Eduardo and thank you to Daniela and Kevin for the work you've done in my office. I mean, I think Sita will tell you that it's just been absolutely necessary. I mean, a lot of the work that you all do has been transformative for my office as well, right? Not just the work, but also the attitude that you all bring, the ethic that you bring, and just being close to youngsters is fun as well, right? For us older folks. But I've known Daniela since she was very little. Her cousin was my roommate in college, and so I know I'd seen her mom taking her to rallies like Beto rallies and things like that, and I'm like, this young woman's going to do an internship in my office someday, and here she is. And I met Kevin's mother through a binational event, and we were talking, and I said, hey, she's like, yep, my son, and she introduced me to him, and she said, hey, he'd like an internship in the office. You guys have these opportunities, and he is an engineer. He was an engineering student, and we still wanted to find a way to work it out so that he could get some good experience. And I think anything you do, working in a commissioner's court can give you that experience. So I'll shut up now, but thank you very much, and keep up the great work, y'all. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you succeed in life. Please come back and don't be strangers. I know some of you are leaving, some of you are not leaving, but we love you all, and thank you very much for being part of this family.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. And thank you, Commissioner Butler, for putting this on the agenda. And Commissioner Stout, everything you said is just right on spot. As much as we up here, want to engage our young people out in the community, and we think that we do a good job of it, we are just not them, and we don't live it. And so we get taken to school, right? And that's exactly the connection that we need, our young people telling us what is it that the young people are looking for. And in return, we can kind of give you all not just advice, but give you some instruction about what this is about and real life experiences of what we do and what we have to deal with. It's a little different, right, than taking political science in college, right? And so I just, really thankful for this program, and I want to thank Commissioners Court for supporting it. And, we do have challenges, but this is something really important that we can do and continue and expand on this. And so just thank everybody and thank the court and county administration for getting this done for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Coronado.
Well,
thank
I
you.
know we have a video, and then I'll make
The
some.
video now.
Yeah,
I'll make
we
some
have a
comments
video that
afterwards.
And this here is going to be my intern reflection. I've highlighted some of my proudest achievements and work I have produced from summer of 2024 to spring of 2025. Nearly a year in El Paso County, which is absolutely crazy. Well, first I want to point out that even though I'm not from Precinct 4 area, everybody here in Commissioner's Court and my Precinct 4 team has made it feel like home. Thank you to Maddie and Steven for creating a work environment that manifested great production of work from your interns. I admire your dedication to help. So let's start from the very beginning, from Shots of Facts to Tiny Talk, the first few episodes. When I entered this internship, I really wanted to create never to be seen before content for county government, and I made it happen with these two series. Then we produced Commissioner Underdog Podcast, which was a huge milestone for me. I really want to point out that 2024 content walked so 2025 content can run, because entering this year, it was practically a solo game for me since Jesus left. I entered a new era of rebranding the Commissioner's content. I introduced Precinct 4 Minute Report. This series made my favorite and most proudest moments and content I've produced by far this year. Top one was Resolution for All. Second, migrant deaths. And third, Promise Program news. Minute Report took a learning curve in the start of spring where we started doing more infographics instead of digital reporting. But both stages were single-handedly teaching me something that I learned to love. As well as Tiny Talk, I nurtured this series and it grew into its own era of workforce, which I love this direction because I got to talk with Gen Z and integrated both my campus life and student life with my county life. It was a crossover none of us expected, but happened. I would not have been making it this far in the workforce series if it wasn't for partners like Center Future, who I absolutely adore. In retrospect, looking back at my 2025 content, who needs Jesus anyways? Just kidding. But mark my words, Jesus, if you're listening, I will see you in Austin someday. So finally, to the commissioner, it was a privilege to get to know you as such a great commissioner and attorney, but most importantly, a person of substance, a person with such great heart. If it wasn't for your initiatives, your frameworks, and passions, my work here as your intern would not have made an impact not only on your constituents, but onto me. I am so grateful to have worked with you and be a part of your mind and your outlook on life. Thank you so much for being who you are and fighting for what you believe in. It has forever inspired me and the way that I choose to show up for my community and for myself. It actually warms my heart knowing that I'm making a difference, and effectively at that with my work and my digital footprint that I'm leaving in county government and the Precinct 4 community. I created something unique here in my time. I literally made county government entertaining and fun. I did that. Well, sincerely, your favorite Precinct 4 intern ever.
Very nice.
Judge, and, I'm just astounded that, at the responses we got from the community about everybody that loved these, the Tiny Talk and the Shots of Fact videos that were produced, and also what, the Minute Talks on county government and, describing what are the functions of government, county government that we do. This is just, I want to thank Stephen and Mari for, getting us focused on how we should go about reaching out to young people other than, getting young people to help us to do that. And so, thank you to all the interns and to the program and to all our interns that we've had in our program.
Thank you. Picture?
But I just wanted to say a couple closing remarks, and thank you, all of you, for sharing your stories and your perspective with us and for all of your work. Thank you, Kayla and Ryan, for all of your work in Precinct 1. Something that I didn't mention before was how much of a difference it made having interns when we lost Carl. So they really, we would have been drowning if it weren't for Kayla and Ryan. And so thank you for holding our office up and helping us to move forward over the last few months. And Ryan, we'll miss you, but thank you for everything. So we can take it. Could we take a picture? I think that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything.
And can we get a better mic for the interns next time, Commissioner Coronado? Did you see how she was always having to do the mic? We got to get her a better mic next time.
Right, can you get a little closer, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Item number 10A, County Administration. Receive a presentation, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's 89th Texas Legislative Agenda and value statements, and provide discussion and input regarding federal legislative items for the 119th Congress.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. This afternoon, we do not have Alicia Tamayo with us. She's currently taking care of some testimony that's taking place in Austin. She will be back next Monday to give us some updates on some of the significant bills we've been watching, as well as to give us an outcome of where we stand as we get ready to close this session. But I do believe there may be members of the court who have some comments or may want to make some updates on their own.
And she'll actually be back in 2 weeks, which is at the end
Forgive
of
me,
the session.
2 weeks. Yes, ma'am.
The session ends on June 2nd, which
June
is, I think, is
2nd.
a Tuesday, right? So I think the next time she'll be here is it a Monday? It's
Monday,
either the last
June
day
2nd.
or
No, June 2nd is Monday.
it's a Monday. Okay, so that'll be the
Sign dies on
signing die.
June 3rd,
Yeah.
or June 2nd.
I don't have any updates or anything.
I do. It's regarding Senator John Cornyn's bill, which is pending. It's Senate Bill 1790. My understanding, it's still in committee, and that if it passed, it will allow the state to use the funds to reimburse local governments for their contributions to the Operation Lone Star. My understanding of the bill is that it is not mandatory that the state, if they get that money, that they pass it on to the counties. It sounds like it from the bill, but that's not what it is. So I'm asking the court that if we could send a letter to Senator Cornyn's office that we would like the bill to be amended to where it does allow the state to reimburse counties for what they've lost, even if they have received some funds from grants under Operation Lone Star. Obviously, we know that it wasn't enough to cover us for the what we experience in terms of the impact to our budget. And so I think it would be a great thing for us to send this to Senator Cornyn's office and to Senator Cruz as well, and our local legislative delegation once it gets to the House.
And actually, Commissioner, so Christina Sanchez and I were speaking about this bill on Saturday, and unfortunately, there's just not a lot of information, including the text. The text is still not available. So we really don't know very much about it other than the press release that Senator Cornyn's office issued. So there definitely are a lot of unresolved questions. The funding will presumably go to the state to then be passed along to counties, but again, we don't know. We don't know if there's going to be any unreasonable restrictions or requirements to seek this funding. We unfortunately know very little. So I know Christina was going to look into it a little bit more, but I'm just not sure how much more information there is out there. But I certainly think that we do want to ask some of these questions, whether it be in a form of a letter to our two senators, and express again the expenses that have been borne by El Paso County taxpayers for some of, well, all of these initiatives, these state mandated initiatives. So Christina, I'm not sure if since we spoke on Saturday, if you've been able to find any additional information, but
No.
I don't think there's really just not very much out there. is the
It was
problem.
pretty sparse. We intend to reach out to the Representative Escobar's office as well. We know that it was in committee. You know, one of the restrictions, as you had spoken about, but what we have seen in some of the state grants, of course, during a different time, different administration, are those certifications that they do require the county government as well as my office to certify and to expressly state and declare that we will follow X, Y, and Z laws, right? Specifically as they pertain to immigration enforcement. I would anticipate that that may be something that we see. Unfortunately, at this time, those parameters are not set out pretty clearly yet so that we can make that determination. We certainly can take the lead if that is the direction of the court to reach out to and send a draft letter on behalf of the court. I'll put it under my signature to get more information, to raise some of those concerns as well, and to see how those issues and those concerns can be facilitated and transferred over at the federal level so that those sentiments can be expressed on the record for them.
And I think the first request, what I think Commissioner Coronado was saying is, so it's a bill and it's actually co-sponsored by Cornyn and Cruz. And it's basically setting up these two funds, the State Border Security Reinforcement Fund and the State Criminal Alien Prosecution and Detention Fund, which the State Criminal Alien Prosecution Funds we already participate in and get those funds. We have in the past.
Yeah, but not enough.
But not enough, exactly. And to make appropriations to each of these funds and to authorize the use of such amounts for grants to eligible states, state agencies, and units of local government for specified purposes. So I think one of our, maybe even a separate ask, Christina, is that that counties be able to apply directly, or local governments be able to apply directly for these funds, not to the federal government, not have to go through the state. They may not be willing to do that, but if they're not willing to do that, our next alternate would be that the states don't get to determine to not give to local governments, that there's an actual requirement that they use the funds to reimburse local government for their expenses.
Yeah, because I mean, during COVID, like the CARES Act funding that the state got from the federal government didn't come down to the communities. They just put it in their savings account, basically, right? And
Well, and same's true with some of the ARPA funding. We thought that there would be more ARPA funding grants from the state, but not as much as we expected.
I think I'm gonna try to work through NACO as well, with the Immigration Reform Task Force, and try to get maybe a resolution on their platform or something like that.
That's a great idea.
To
And
ask
NACO
for the direct payments to the counties instead of to, I mean, I just see the governor taking that and saying, oh, I spent $12 billion, I'm gonna just put it in and replenish the state's coffers and not send anything.
They actually did that with the first round during the pandemic. The first round was, some of it was supposed to be passed on to the school districts, and we got zero. What they did is they lowered the budget from the state and used that to put it into the state budget for schools, and the schools didn't get any of it. So,
and I do think maybe we also, Commissioner, make sure you have a copy of the letter to share with NACO, because NACO stays, like, it's a continuous effort versus our one-time letter. So, yes. But I think, Christina, your concerns are in addition to, if the funds are allocated, what restrictions will there be, or expectations put on us if we
Right.
do accept them or try to apply for them?
To make sure that I got the direction from the court, is the direction then to go ahead and allow our office to draft that letter on behalf of the court, raise those concerns that we discussed today? I'll put that letter under my signature. Get that sent
Yes.
out? Yes, sir. And we'll copy the both congresspersons' offices. That would be Representative Gonzalez and, of course, Representative Escobar. We could also copy our delegation, maybe, if this ends up being like a state pass-through as well, if that's the wish of the court. Yes? Okay.
I think that would be a
Yes.
great idea.
Yes, okay, we'll go ahead and
Thank you,
get work
Christina.
on that.
and
Thank you, yes, sir.
for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Item number 11A, purchasing. Approve and authorize the purchase of 4 Ford E450 UES battery electric conversion ADA compliant and equipped EV buses for the El Paso County, Texas Transportation Authority using the interlocal state of Georgia contract 99999 SPD SPD 0000212-0010, awarded to ABC Bus Incorporated of Winter Garden, Florida, for a grand total of $1,276,569.32. Purchasing approved on May 13th, 2025. Funding is available in G5339D24 700000 707000 707001.
Welcome, Karen.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent, and we are asking for the court to approve and authorize the purchase of 4 of the E450 UES battery electric conversion ADA compliant equipped EV buses. We did have a consultant that worked with us on this, and the tech stock consultant has confirmed that these are the best vehicles for the price through this interlocal with the state of Georgia, awarding to ABC Bus Inc., and it is for $1,276,569.32. It is a cooperative purchase through this interlocal, and I can answer any questions you might have for the procurement, and I'm sure we have Mr. Banuelos here for the operational side.
Thank you, Karen.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Commissioner Holguin? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, court.
Yeah, have a great day, evening.
Before we move into executive session, we do have a couple of items to address. Item number 12B from executive session. We'd like to ask for a motion to delete this item. The item is postponed from May 5th, 2025, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, discuss legal rights and responsibilities pertaining to the Commissioner's Court's legal authority over the University Medical Center of El Paso's budget. We have a motion to delete from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open. Commissioner Coronel, thank you. Motion carries. And that's, yeah. At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 12A through 12G pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 3:45 p.m.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the 3rd floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole? We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole, we put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole? We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of support and local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole? We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses. And this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
or Nicole.
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting, and we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
You know, I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of support and local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses. And this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses. And this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us. And what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
You know, I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes?
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We play not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
it took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of support and local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes?
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't. It's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the El Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front. I could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
I think every little section has a story.
It's very historic. It is us, and what a way to celebrate this and commemorate it, and kind of bring it to life by what the new project is to enhance it.
So we will have QR codes available on the third floor, and they will just have to scan the QR code and follow the link and aim their phone at the camera and press play. We worked with Augment El Paso to apply the technology. They digitized over 50 figures and extended their movement. So this mural by itself is amazing. The technology brings it to life for a truly spectacular experience that people can interact with, learn about the history and culture of the region.
That's just a great tandem combination of, our history and now the technology to augment it. So absolutely wonderful.
We're three states, 2 countries, and then we just don't, it's everybody has a tide. We played not just an integral role in the Southwest area, but in the entire nation.
We order here?
Oh, yes.
Delicious.
That's good coffee.
Ooh, it's delicious. We're happy to say that you can come and expect to be able to grab a really great cup of coffee and a treat while you're here. And to our employees, come check it out. It's beautiful. The coffee's delicious.
For Nicole?
We put a lot of thought and effort into our espresso drinks. You're familiar with lattes, cappuccinos, cortados. That's what we take the most pride in crafting. And we modify our menus based on the seasons. We like to stay up to date and keep things fun.
The flavors that we have are horchata, tiramisu, and pistachio.
This is a great service for really both the employees, but also the citizens that come in to get business done here at the courthouse.
My eternal gratitude to the Paso County for choosing to work with a local business. They're not just words of supporting local, they're actually taking action.
I think it's a win-win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for supporting local businesses, and this is really delicious. So people are going to really enjoy it.
For Laura, your horchata lattes.
It took about 3 years, to tell the truth. The scaffolding, to set up the scaffolding from all the way down, all the way to the top, takes a while.
I was here actually when Mr. Callejo, I would see him on a daily basis because we'd come in through the front and could see him on the scaffolding as he was initially when he first drew it by pencil.
Go ahead. Ready? Okay. Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 6:52 p.m. Judge, we've completed all the items on our agenda.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Wishing all of you the best. Translators back there, attorneys, everybody. Have a great week. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. We'll get on it, Kelly.
Thank you. This concludes today's meeting at 6:52 p.m.